David shoved his hands through his hair and blew out a breath. He was a rock star. It said so in the magazine on Thea's waiting room table. It even called him the gentleman of rock. Surely someone that smooth should have his moves down pat. Breathe, David. Damn it, you'd think this was the first time he'd asked a woman out on a date. Yeah, okay, he'd been a little shy as a teenager, but he'd grown out of that. Or maybe not. When you were part of a rock band whose albums had gone triple platinum, one after the other, women tended to ask you out. The first time it had happened, he'd just about fallen flat on his ass. Fox, Noah, Abe, he could see women asking them out, but him? That had been his reaction as a 19-year-old who'd been the shortest kid in his grade until he was 17. The fact he'd shot up to a respectable adult height the summer before his senior year and put on muscle during the course of that year had still been sinking in. All those women hitting on him after the band soared up the charts had altered things on a superficial level, while leaving the deeper part of him unchanged. Inside, he remained the short, scrappy, brown-eyed, brown-haired kid who'd ended up in plenty of fistfights and never gotten the girl. He wasn't sure if any of the groupies actually saw him. For most, it was more about the cachet of being with the drummer from schoolboy choir. He could have been a drug-addicted fuckwit or a lech with no social skills and bad body odor, and he'd still have ended up with women who wanted to bang a rock star and weren't particular about the details. So yeah, that didn't exactly count as success in the female department. Not here. Not when he was about to ask out the girl, the one who made his heart kick and his body ignite and his tongue tie itself into knots. And of course she was taller than him, especially in the ankle-breaker heels she liked to wear. Without them, the two of them were a bare 2 inches apart in height. He couldn't think about what that would translate to in bed, or he'd walk into her office with a big fucking hard-on, and this was already going to be a tough sell. Thea was gorgeous and brilliant at her job. She was also an ice queen when it came to the clients for whom her firm handled publicity. The majority of those clients were male musicians used to women falling at their feet. They respected Thea for standing her ground. David just respected her, period. He wasn't doing this on a whim or to add a notch to his belt. He was gone for her, seriously head over heels. He'd almost killed the bastard who'd been her fiancé 1,000 times over during the course of her engagement, but now she was rid of the loser. This was David's chance, the most important of his life, even more so than the break that had led to the album deal that had catapulted schoolboy choir into the stratosphere. If he hesitated now and some other man entered her life, he'd never forgive himself. Taking a deep breath and reminding himself of the points he intended to make to get Thea to agree to go on a date with him, he lifted his hand and knocked on her door. He'd deliberately arrived after the time he knew her assistant usually went home, so he didn't have to run that particular gauntlet at least. "Come on in!" A smile tugging at his lips at the sound of her voice. Shit, he was so fucking gone. He opened the door and stepped inside. It was only because he watched her so often when she wasn't aware of him that he caught the flicker in her smile, the sudden wariness in those up-tilted eyes of burnished brown. A split second and she'd smoothed her initial response away to replace it with the professional smile he'd seen her use on everyone, from magazine editors to record executives. Beautiful and warm, and not real. A sucker punch to the gut couldn't have hurt more, but he was prepared for this reaction, took the blow without flinching. "David." She rose and walked around the glass desk she kept clear of the usual office detritus, but that was covered with documents relating to the million things she had going on at any one time. Mock-ups of posters she had to sign off on, copies of magazine articles by journalists pitching to interview her clients, notes about useful promotional ideas, it was all there. Her phone sat where her right hand would be when she was in her chair, a cup of coffee where her left would be. The sight was so familiar it eased the knot in his gut. "Hey, Thea." There he went, being all smooth and sophisticated. "Busy day?" Okay, that came out as planned. Now all he had to do was work in the offer of a drink someplace where she could relax. He'd already scouted an upscale bar where the music was live, but the volume low enough that they could talk. You wouldn't believe it. She put one hand on her lower back and rubbed lightly, her slender body lithe and beautiful in the pale gray sheath dress she wore with chunky turquoise beads and strappy heels that drew his attention to her long, long legs. He had no idea how she walked all day on those ice picks, but God, he liked the view. The fantasies he had about Thea's legs. "The magazine thing I told you about," she said, her fine-boned face lit with laughter, and the straight silky black of her hair in a sleek twist that had begun to unravel just a tiny bit, her skin a flawless smooth gold. "Well, turns out the photographer wanted to get you guys in a bathtub for an avant-garde shoot." David blinked, momentarily diverted from his path. "All four of us?" "Yes, naked." "Jesus." "No?" A teasing question, her smile no longer so agonizingly professional. "Hell no!" He shuddered. "We don't like each other that much. How the hell would he fit the entire band in a tub anyway?" Thea snorted with laughter, and suddenly she was the Thea he knew again, the one who wasn't so icy behind her professional facade, and whose sense of humor had a wicked bite. "Only way to find out is to do it." Smiled deep, she arched an eyebrow. "Should I give the photographer a call?" "Very funny." Realizing he was in danger of getting totally off track, he bit the bullet and laid his heart on the line. "So, I was thinking we could grab a drink, unwind together." He'd gotten back into LA an hour ago after an out-of-state gig at a music festival. It was as good an excuse as any to put her at ease, make this seem less date-like. Smile fading from her eyes, though her lips remained curved, she said, "I wish I could, but I have a dinner meeting with a television producer about a new entertainment show." Not about to give up, David slipped his hands into the back pockets of his jeans and said, "Tomorrow?" "Another working dinner, I'm afraid." The knot in his gut was now a jagged rock that made it difficult to breathe. "Lunch?" he asked with a grin, making light of her rebuff and giving her the opening to suggest another time, another meal, a simple 15 minutes to grab a drink or a coffee, anything. Thea's laugh was rueful. "Booked into next year." "Working, huh?" He managed to get out, though he felt as if he'd had the stuffing kicked out of him. "You know me, a workaholic." She glanced at the thin silver band of her watch. "Speaking of which, I'd better get back to it. I need to call someone in Tokyo, and I know the man I need to reach will be in his office about now." Smiling, that perfect smile that cut like a knife, she walked him to the door. "It was nice to see you." Gutted at the absolute rejection, for all that had been professionally delivered, he just went. He understood when a woman meant no, and he never ever wanted to make Thea feel cornered or threatened. But he had to make sure she had meant no, that he hadn't misread a signal that said try harder. So he did something about which he wasn't proud, but he'd long ago stopped being proud when it came to his feelings for Thea. Parking his car half a block up from her office in a refurbished house in Beverly Hills, he waited. When she came out 40 minutes later, he followed her to her destination. It wasn't a restaurant or even an office block where she could have conceivably had that dinner meeting. It was her apartment building. And because she had a window seat where she settled in with her laptop a few minutes later, her hair down and her dress replaced by what looked like a tank top over what must be shorts, he knew she wasn't expecting professional company. Thea hadn't had a working date. She hadn't had any kind of date. She just didn't want him. Thea finally stopped trying to get some work done and went to raid her stash of peanut butter cream Oreos. Grabbing a tall glass of milk, she sat down at the round kitchen table that had come with the apartment and methodically demolished 4 of the cookies. She didn't tear them apart, didn't eat the creamy filling and the cookie separately. She bit directly into each one, chewing the bite dry before chasing it down with milk. It should have been intensely satisfying, a treat she saved for days when she dealt with too many dickheads and idiots. Today she'd had a tough day, but it had ended even tougher. Not because David was either a dickhead or an idiot, but the opposite. He was smart, talented, bone-meltingly sexy. Gorgeous eyes of light brown she'd seen turn gold with his mood, rich mahogany hair with strands of bronze, a strong muscled body and warm-toned skin that made her want to run her hands all over him. He couldn't be more delicious. Throw in that heartbreaking smile and his personality, and David was a bitably perfect package of man. He was also a client. Schoolboy Choir as a group was her biggest client by far. Even more importantly, they were clients she liked. Fox, Noah, Abe, and David had their moments, but for the most part, the four were amazing to work with. They took their music seriously and extended the same courtesy to her. Even when one or more of them bitched about the publicity she organized, they were consummate professionals on the day. Okay, so Abe had gone off on a reporter last year, but the little weasel had been asking for it. In no universe was it a good idea to shove a picture of a man's not-yet ex-wife under his nose after he'd come off a turbulent red-eye flight, especially when that picture showed said not-yet ex-wife pregnant with another man's child. Thea would never admit it to Abe, but she'd cheered a tiny bit inside when he slugged that reporter. And she was babbling inside her head because she didn't want to think about what had happened in her office. "David asked me out," she said to the eggshell white walls that had been a screaming pink when she moved in. That had been 6 months ago, 3 hours after she found her fiancé with his face buried between the thighs of an ex-cheerleader shopping for a corporate husband. Slamming the door shut on that ugly memory, because she refused to allow Eric and his bimbo to steal any more of her emotional energy, she rubbed her hand over her face. Damn it, why did it have to be David? Part 1. 4 months later. Chapter 1. David didn't bother to tell any of the others he was heading out. The rest of the band, as well as the long-term crew, all knew he liked to take a long, quiet walk the night before a show. Sometimes it took a bit of fancy footwork to slip out unnoticed, but on the whole, it wasn't too bad. He was lucky. He tended to attract far less media attention than Fox, Noah, and Abe. Tonight it had been even easier than usual. Most of the media hounds had gone home, and the ones still hanging around weren't going to waste their time tailing the gentleman of rock when they might get a titillating shot of one of the others doing sexy things with a beautiful woman. Leaving the area immediately around the Sydney hotel where the band was staying pre-concert, he flipped up the hood of his dark gray sweatshirt, shoved his hands into the pockets of his black pants, and started walking. He should have changed from his tailored white shirt and black pants to jeans and a tee, but he'd wanted to get out of the hotel too much to waste even 5 more minutes. He could remember exactly when he'd begun to take these walks, way back during Schoolboy Choir's first-ever national tour. Overwhelmed by the attention and the constant demands from people who wanted a piece of him, he just needed to breathe. Ironic how that was. When he'd been a kid in a tiny apartment in the Bronx, he dreamed of a shiny car and a big house, and when he could afford all that and more, the only thing he wanted was the anonymity of walking the city streets. Sydney was a city he'd visited before with the band, so instead of sticking to the main drags, he wandered off the beaten path. It was on his way back to the hotel over an hour later that he found himself on what appeared to be the fringe of a red light district. The shadowed and slightly seedy streets filled with strip clubs and hole-in-the-wall bars suited his current mood. "Get over her, David," he told himself, not for the first time. "Take a woman home and fuck it out." Except even as he spoke, he knew it wasn't that easy. He'd tried after Thea made it clear she had no interest in him. 2 nights after her rejection, he'd found himself at a party overflowing with leggy models who had a soft spot for rock musicians. A raven-haired beauty with pillowy lips and generous breasts had draped herself all over him, whispering an explicit invitation in his ear. It had involved the bathroom floor and her on her knees in front of him. How fucked up was it that he turned her down? As fucked up as the fact that he was being faithful to a woman who didn't want him. Frustrated with himself for still being so damn hurt, he shoved a hand through his hair, pushing off the hood as he came within sight of another random bar, with a beat-up black door and no bouncer. Deciding he might as well get a beer if he was going to brood, he walked into the dark and dingy place full of scarred wooden tables and hard men. They looked like construction workers and bricklayers he'd run errands for as a boy, before he'd won the scholarship to the boarding school where he'd met his best friends. His shoulders eased. He felt far more comfortable in a place like this than in the five-star restaurants and fancy clubs where everyone expected chart-topping musicians to hang out. "Beer, whatever you have on tap," he said to the grizzled bartender and grabbed a stool, his eye on the rugby game in progress on the TV screen bolted above the bar. He'd hardly taken a sip of his beer, the dark liquid bitingly cold, when he felt a presence at his back. Instincts, honed by a childhood in one of the toughest areas of New York, had him focusing on the mirror behind the bar to check out the situation before he turned. A big, bald, and heavily muscled male with a spiderweb tattoo on his neck was standing behind and just to the side of David, a smirk on his pockmarked face. Belly heating, David turned with a slight smile. "Problem?" The bald man bared his teeth and, laughing, looked to a table to his right. "Hear that, boys?" he called out to his friends. "The pussy rock star here wants to know if there's a problem." Laughter and shouts from that particular table, while the rest of the men in the bar went quiet. David didn't move, taking a measure of the players without letting it show. Always know your opponent had been one of the first things his father had taught him. Vicente Rivera didn't believe in turning the other cheek. He believed in teaching his sons how to put bullies on the ground and keep them there. "Yeah, there's a problem," the bald guy said, shoving at David's shoulder. "This is a real bar for real men, not pussies." Like that, then. Good. He was in the mood to do some violence. Lifting his beer, David took a long drink, then slammed it down and punched Baldhead in the jaw at the same time that he kicked out with his foot to connect with the other man's knee. The jackass went down like a ton of bricks. Roaring in rage, the man's friends came at David. He grinned and started to show them what this pussy rock star could do. It wasn't until they'd broken a table and several chairs and the bartender had called the cops that David realized Thea would have to deal with the fallout from this. Fuck, 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 he thought as he was shoved into a cell alone, his erstwhile opponents in the cell opposite. Sliding down the graffiti-marked wall to the floor, he thought about the phone call the desk sergeant had said he could make and decided against it. Fox had Molly with him. The band's lead singer had been waiting for his girl to arrive since the instant schoolboy choir set foot in the city. As for Noah and Abe, they both had their own plans. He knew any one of the three men would drop those plans in an instant to come to his aid. But since the cops had made it clear he'd be spending the night in a cell no matter what, why mess up their plans? "You do or say anything that'll hit the media, you call me, day or night. I hate surprises, so don't you dare surprise me." Thea had given that order to all four of them when she'd agreed to act as their publicist. Her upfront nature and dedication to her job was part of the reason they'd hired her. Thea was the best, and she didn't take any shit from her clients. He wasn't doing himself any favors by not calling her. Right then, David couldn't find it in himself to care. It wasn't as if she could hurt him any more than she already had. And Jesus, how long was he going to carry this torch that was burning him alive? Fuck, 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 he said aloud, banging the back of his head against the wall. Thea was on her third cup of coffee when the phone rang. Seeing Fox's name on the screen, she frowned. She was awake at this hour because she wanted to finalize a few things before she headed off on vacation later today, after handling the band's scheduled media interviews. Fox, however, was with Molly, so if he was wasting time calling her, it had to mean trouble. "Fox, what's happened?" "David's in jail." Thea collapsed onto a sofa, her mind spinning. "David? Don't you mean Abe or Noah?" "David," Fox repeated. "He got in a bar fight, did enough damage that—" Heart thumping, she broke into his words. "Is he all right?" "Black eye, bruised ribs, but he came out better than the other guys. I'm on my way to pick him up from the station, but the media's probably already gotten hold of the story." Eyes narrowing, Thea sat up. "When was this bar fight?" "Last night. And yeah, I know he should have called you then, but he didn't. Can you handle it?" "Of course I can handle it." Taking down the details he had, including the name of the bar, she disconnected and began to do her job, which in this case meant damage control. A rock star misbehaving wasn't a big deal generally, but it all depended on how the media decided to report it. And it could get nasty if they pitched it as an arrogant international musician throwing his weight around against locals. First, she rang up the bar and spoke to the owner. "Mr. Rivera apologizes for the damage," she said, putting words in David's mouth. "We'd be happy to cover the bill for any repairs. Please send it straight to me." The bar owner guffawed, loud and long.
"No, don't worry. I'm making the dipshits pay for it, the ones who started it. Your guy was just having a beer and watching the rugby until Bruiser decided to prove his dick was bigger. Picked the wrong mark this time."
David had gone up against someone named Bruiser. Not only that, he'd come out of the altercation better off. And both Fox's use of the word guys and the bar owners of dipshits meant Bruiser hadn't been David's only opponent. Thea was having difficulty comprehending any of this. Of all the men in the band, David was the most stable. He was the one who made the band a family, and she wasn't sure any of the four men even realized it. David was the calm center in the midst of the storm, rooted and so sure of who he was that nothing could shake him. He did not get into bar fights. He did not put Thea in the position of having to clean up after him. He did not end up in jail with a black eye and bruised ribs. Except he'd done exactly that. "Here are my contact details, just in case," she said to the bar owner, not about to allow her frustration and shock to stop her from doing her job. "You'll probably get some media attention."
"Already spoke to a few reporters," the man replied cheerfully. "Phone's been ringing off the hook."
Thea slapped a hand silently over her forehead and bit back a groan. She was seriously going to strangle David. "Well," she said, trying to salvage what she could of the situation, "if you need any assistance dealing with them—" The bar owner interrupted her again.
"No, I can handle it. I told them the drummer guy beat the crap out of the bozos who were hassling him. That boy learned his moves somewhere where they don't fight pretty, that's for sure."
Thea released a relieved breath, the publicist in her immediately seeing the positive angle. Yes, the gentleman of rock had been in a bar fight against locals, but he hadn't started it, and he'd come out of it the victor against multiple opponents. Everyone liked the underdog who'd beaten the bullies, especially when the underdog was a sexy, straight-arrow rock star who generally stayed out of the media spotlight. So she played that angle, laughed good-naturedly with reporters as she gently nudged things in the direction she wanted them to go. Then, logging into David's main social media account, which he usually only used to answer fan questions, she pretended to be him and began to type out a message. He could yell at her later. Not that David ever yelled. But he'd made it clear she was only ever to touch his account if he was held up somewhere and fans were waiting for a concert or something else equally important. As far as Thea was concerned, this qualified. "Damn it," she muttered, erasing what she'd already written to start all over again. A laughing, smirking admission wouldn't sound like David. But she couldn't allow him to maintain radio silence, not this time. The print and online media could still spin the story the wrong way if she didn't give them another angle bolstered by fan support. That boy learned his moves somewhere where they don't fight pretty, that's for sure. The memory of the bar owner's admiring statement made her mind click. Fingers to the keyboard of the lightweight laptop that acted as her virtual office, she wrote, "I guess no one told them I was born and raised in the South Bronx." There, she thought, that was David. No explanations, just a proud shout-out to his old neighborhood, a neighborhood his parents and siblings continued to call home. Of course, his folks and younger brothers were no longer in a shoebox apartment in a tenement building, but on the top floor of a spacious new 5-story complex. Because David was a man who respected the meaning of family, the one he'd created with the band, and the one into which he'd been born. She knew he'd offered to move his family to a more gentrified area of New York, and an even nicer place. But the Riveras liked their part of the Bronx and didn't want to sit on their asses all day, mooching off their son. David had said that to her, paraphrasing his parents, when he told her his folks had no intention of retiring. The admiration and affection in his tone had made her want to kiss him. In quiet respect for their pride, he'd bought the complex, then convinced Vicente and Alicia Rivera that he needed them as live-in managers. They were meant to oversee the small staff that took care of any physical maintenance, but his father apparently couldn't help himself at times, and neither could his mother. Their building not only had a thriving rooftop garden, but was so spick and span that there was a waiting list of potential tenants. Grinning, she added another line to David's message. "Anyone mentions this to my mother, I will find you." The band's fans all knew Mrs. Rivera, the mom who'd helped bring up David and his two younger brothers by cleaning business offices and rich people's homes from 5 in the morning to 2 in the afternoon. His father was a construction worker who'd pulled 14-hour shifts after getting the kids off to school, with his mom always there when they returned home. Despite their hard work, the family had lived on fumes at times. The poverty in his past was something David had never hidden. He had, however, made sure his younger brothers weren't hounded by the media by scrupulously keeping them out of his public profile. His beaming mom, on the other hand, he'd brought as his date to the Grammys 2 years running. Mrs. Rivera had charmed everyone who met her. David's dad wasn't as comfortable in the spotlight, but his pride in his boy was clear in the rare interviews he'd granted. Thea knew for a fact that David returned to New York regularly to help his parents with anything they needed, and that he was the first port of call for his brothers, both of whom were now at Ivy League universities, thanks to the educational trust funds David had set up. Was it any wonder she found him so attractive? No, she said the instant after that thought passed through her head. No. David, she reminded herself for the gazillionth time, was a client. He was also a musician. Thea had been around too many who lived the rock and roll lifestyle to trust any of them. Maybe it wasn't fair to tar all musicians with the same brush, but she'd had her heart stomped on once by a cheating, lying son of a bitch. No way was she ever again handing it over to any man she wasn't dead certain would handle it with care. Rock stars were just not a good bet. Chapter 2. David was expecting to take some bullshit from the guys when he walked into the hotel's breakfast room with Fox and the band's local attorney. He was still dressed in the black pants and white shirt from last night, but despite the color, the shirt had survived miraculously unscathed under the hoodie he'd chucked into the trash. Splattered with more than a few liquid substances, including whiskey and blood, the hoodie had looked like it came from the costume department of a horror movie. As it was, he had no trouble handling the ribbing from the males around the table. It was Thea's sister, Molly, who moved the conversation to a dangerous emotional level. Though the two women shared a father, they looked nothing alike. Where Thea was tall and slender with hair that was silken black rain, Molly was small and curvy, her hair tending toward wild curls. But in one way they were the same. Thea and Molly both knew how to cut right to the heart of a matter. "You don't seem like the kind of man who gets into bar fights," she said after everyone else got up to grab more food from the buffet. David didn't answer, didn't tell her he'd once been a fighter. Fast and slippery and fierce. A kid didn't survive where he'd been born without learning to hold his own. He'd never liked the violence, but he'd done it because otherwise his younger brothers, 5 and 7 years behind him in age, would have become prey too. All 3 of them had been short as kids, their bodies slight. "You're crazy in love with her, aren't you?" Molly's gentle question hit him hard in the solar plexus. Staring out at the wall but seeing the warmth of Thea's true smile, the way her eyes lit up when she was working on a big project, he realized he had no lies left in him. "Until I can't think. I need to get over it." Molly's big brown eyes were soft in sympathy. "Did you—" "I asked her out. Had this whole argument worked out about how we'd be perfect together, but she never even gave me a shot." Every time he thought of that day 4 months earlier when she'd rejected him with practiced courtesy, he wanted to haul her to him, make her react, give him anger even if she couldn't give him anything else. "She cut me off so smoothly," he said, the memory acid on his heart. "It was like being sliced off at the knees. Professional smile, distant eyes, gentle hand on my arm as she ushered me out of her office." He shook his head. "It was such a kick in the teeth that I just went." Molly was silent for a while. He didn't really expect her to say anything, because what was there to say? He was in love with a woman who had no trouble turning him down flat. Nothing could change the fact Thea simply wasn't attracted to him. But then Molly did speak, and her words were so startling that he could only stare at her. "Write a memo," she said, tone quiet but firm, "about all the reasons why you'd be perfect together, then email it to her." Not sure where she was going with this, he held his silence. "Thea is surgically attached to her email," Molly continued. David couldn't argue with that statement. A large majority of his memories of Thea involved her with her phone in hand, sending or receiving messages, connecting with media, making notes, probably taking over the world. He'd never met anyone who could multitask at Thea's level. She was flat out incredible. "She'll read the memo because she can't help herself," Molly said, the two of them still alone at the table. "And if I know my sister, she'll send you back a point-by-point rebuttal." An affectionate smile. "So you'd better have your arguments ready."
That is either the worst or the best advice ever.
And the fact he was considering it would have told him exactly how far gone he was if he hadn't already been fully aware of his feelings for Thea. "Trust me," Molly sipped her coffee before adding, "Thea likes brains and she likes determination." David's fingers clenched on his fork. He knew he had a brain. It was why he'd won that scholarship at 13. As for the determination, yeah, he had that too. Without it, he'd never have made it past all the rejections and setbacks the band had suffered back at the start. Only reason he hadn't turned that determination on Thea was that he didn't want to have her because he'd worn her down. He wanted her with him because she wanted to be with him. Molly leaned in close when the others started back. "If you send her 'I'm sorry I messed up' flowers, steer clear of white roses." When he raised an eyebrow in question, she said, "X." Jaw tightening, he nodded. "Got it." David went up to his room after breakfast. The crew, headed by Maxwell, had gone on to the concert location to finish the setup, but the band didn't have to be there until much closer to the time of the show. Technically, other than doing the quick interviews Thea had lined up, to give the charity the concert was supporting a little more visibility, the four of them were supposed to rest, but each member of schoolboy choir had his own routine for getting his head in the right space. David usually spent the time working on new songs or hanging out with Abe. His bandmate had conquered the drugs that had threatened to drag him under, and it looked like he was finally recovering from his nightmare of a divorce, but David had been friends with the other man a long time. He knew Abe had a way of holding things inside until they exploded. Today, however, David was in bad shape himself. The cot in the jail cell had hardly been comfortable, and he'd spent most of the night awake, his thoughts always circling back to one woman, Thea. He wasn't fit company for anyone. Striding into the shower after stripping off his wrinkled clothes, he stood there and let the hot water pound over him. The cut on his lip stung, his eye watered, but that was nothing compared to some of the injuries he'd taken as a kid. Once he'd stepped out and dried off, he wrapped the towel around his hips and checked out the spreading bruise on his ribs. It looked far worse than it felt. Yeah, okay, that was a load of shit. He'd pay for his loss of control tonight when he played the Skins. The vibrations would hurt like a bitch. As for his eye... fuck. He hadn't put ice on it, even when the bar owner offered him an ice pack, because he figured it couldn't get much worse. He'd been wrong. Taking a handful of ice out of the bucket that had been sitting outside his door when he came up, probably courtesy of one of the hotel staff who'd either caught the reports of the bar fight or seen him in the breakfast room, he wrapped the cubes in one of his t-shirts and held it to his eye as he lay down naked in bed. He had to catch at least a couple of hours' sleep, or he'd be useless at the concert, and he wasn't about to let the band or its fans down. Or Thea. Her name was the last thought he had before exhaustion pulled him under, and the first thing on his mind when he opened his eyes 5 hours later. The makeshift ice pack had long ago slipped off his face and melted onto the bed, leaving a great big wet spot, but his eye was no longer swollen. It'd be black and blue and probably purple, but his vision was fine. Pulling on a pair of jeans, he drank 3 glasses of water, then sat in the armchair that got the most sun through the huge sliding doors that opened out onto a private terrace. He'd rather be outside, but he'd bet his left nut that the terrace was the focus of multiple long-lens paparazzi cameras right now. At least with the angle of the sun, the vultures wouldn't be able to get a clear shot through the glass, meaning he could sit here and drink in the sun, have it burn away the last of the cobwebs. Since he'd sacked out for so long, he didn't have much time before he had to head to a downstairs conference room for the interviews. He'd steeled himself for the inevitability of coming face-to-face with Thea, but the sight of her still threatened to gut him. Scowling, she strode over on sky-high red heels, worn with a sleeveless and tailored black dress that ended just above her knees. "Did you put ice on that eye?" He made himself speak, act normal. He'd become pretty good at that after the length of time he'd loved her. "Yeah, past few hours." "What about last night?" He shrugged. Her glare could have cut steel. Thankfully, the first reporter arrived a second later, and David spent the rest of the time making light of his new and hopefully short-lived notoriety. Interviews complete, he slipped away while Thea was talking to Abe, and once in his room, used his phone to do some research. He had no idea how to write a memo, and if he was going to do this, he had to do it properly. The only question was he going to do this? Putting down the phone, he got up and, going to the living area of the suite, got down on the floor and began to do push-ups. It was an easy motion for him, regardless of his bruised ribs. Like most working drummers, he had to stay highly fit or he'd never last an entire concert. He usually put in gym time every day, often went running with Noah or Fox, or did weights with Abe. Today, the familiar repetitive motion of the push-ups cleared his mind, helped him think. He only wanted Thea with him if she wanted to be with him. Thea had made it clear his interest wasn't reciprocated. But, as Molly had reminded him, Thea also had a first-class bastard of an ex. David didn't know exactly what had gone on between Eric and Thea, but he could guess, given that Eric had publicly flaunted a new fiancé within 2 weeks of the breakup. A silicone-enhanced airhead who simpered and giggled on Eric's arm and didn't have an ounce of Thea's feminine strength. If fate had any sense of justice, the bimbo would divorce the fuckhead a year down the road and take Eric for every cent he was worth. So he thought, pumping down on his arms, then pushing back up, his body held in a punishingly straight line. It could have just been his timing that had led to her rejection. He'd waited 6 months after the breakup, until he thought Thea was okay. But what if she hadn't been at that point? He knew exactly how good she was at putting on a professional, unruffled face. Hell, he'd once seen her handle a press conference with panache, when 2 hours earlier she'd been throwing up from food poisoning. What if she'd still been pissed off with the entire male sex that day in her office? Was it possible she'd have rejected any man who walked in and asked her out? He paused, body tense to keep himself off the floor as hope uncurled inside him. Because Thea hadn't dated anyone since the breakup. That wasn't just wishful thinking. He'd accidentally overheard her business partner at the PR firm, Imani, talking to another mutual friend on the phone a week before the band left L.A. He'd been in a conference room early for an interview. The door opened to the corridor where Imani was on the phone. He should have called out and let her know he was inside, but he hadn't been listening at first. It was hearing Thea's name that had caught his notice, and then he couldn't not pay attention. Imani, happily married to a surgeon, had apparently tried to set Thea up with a colleague of her husband's, only to be stonewalled. "I know Thea's over Eric," the other woman had said, "but whatever else Slimeball did, he might have put her off men permanently." A sad sigh. David wasn't sad about Thea not dating. He was ecstatic, because it made it easier to believe that it had been his timing at fault. Like Imani, he didn't have any fears that Thea was still in love with the dickhead. No, she was too smart to put up with that kind of bullshit. That didn't mean the bastard hadn't hurt her. A woman as strong and as independent as Thea rarely allowed herself to be vulnerable, and David had a feeling her ex had used that rare, beautiful trust against her. Fuck, but David wanted to kick the shit out of him. But more, he wanted to make Thea happy, even if it meant taking a beating himself. Getting up off the floor, he grabbed his phone and began to type out a memo on the tiny screen. It took him hours of drafting and redrafting to make sure it said exactly what he wanted it to say. He was still working on it when the band headed out to the concert location, where he saw the last person he'd expected. Thea, now dressed in sleek black pants that hugged her butt, and a soft silky t-shirt of midnight blue under a dark gray blazer that nipped in at the waist, had come to say goodbye to Molly since the two women had missed each other that morning. Narrowing her eyes when she saw him, Thea ostensibly spoke to the entire band, but he knew the words were directed at him. "If you want me to continue putting out fires for you," she said, "do not do anything that interrupts my vacation." A blistering look that was very definitely focused on David. "And next time someone tells you to put ice on a bruise, you listen." Then she was gone, her luggage already in the trunk of the car that was taking her to the airport for her flight to the Indonesian island of Bali, home to her parents and little sisters. He watched her step inside the car, its taillights fading far too quickly into the night. Even then, he didn't send the memo. No. He waited until the minute before the concert was about to begin before pushing send and turning off his phone. At least this way, he wouldn't be able to torment himself by checking for a response until after the show. Thea had barely sunk into the comfort of a cushioned armchair in a quiet corner of the airline's frequent flyer lounge when her phone chimed. Putting down the glass of champagne she'd allowed herself, in anticipation of the first real vacation she'd taken in over a year, she picked up her phone. It was impossible for her to simply ignore it. Hazard of having a profession where a single leak or news report could change the trajectory of an entire career. You never knew if it would be for good or for bad until it happened. Seeing the message from David, she felt her abdomen tense. He'd hardly spoken to her today, not that she could blame him. She'd been so worried about that eye of his that she'd snapped at him twice, when all she'd wanted was to grip his jaw and check for herself that he was okay. He'd probably written her a nice, polite apology for not contacting her as soon as he was picked up by the cops. Only the thing was, Thea had had it up to here with David being polite to her. He was polite to her when she had meetings with him and the rest of the band. He was polite to her when she called to ask him his views on particular publicity options. He was polite to her when she joined the band for dinner as a friend and not their publicist. He was always polite, and nothing else. Her hand clenched on the phone. If he'd been that way from the start, she wouldn't have known any different. But David hadn't just been polite to her when she came on board the schoolboy choir team. He'd been sweet and funny and warm. So many times toward the end of her relationship with Eric, when her ex-fiancé had done or said something that hurt her, it was David she'd called. She'd never told him the real reason why she was calling, had always made it about work, but he'd made her feel better nonetheless. It had taken her several months to realize David was shy, but it wasn't the kind of shy that left him tongue-tied or lost. He just needed a bit of time to get to know people, warm up to them. When he did, his loyalty was etched in stone, his support unconditional. That support had helped her deal with far more than he knew. And now, he was polite and reserved, and she missed him. So many times she had to fight the urge to take hold of those strong, solid shoulders and shake him, tell him to stop it, even though he was meant to be a client and nothing else. Bracing herself for the horrible, polite message to follow, she opened his email. Her mouth dropped open. He'd sent her a memo, and it had nothing whatsoever to do with the bar fight. Reasons why you should give us a shot. Introduction. In this memo, I, David Rivera, explain why you, Thea Arsana, should seriously consider entering into a relationship with me. First, let me address what I believe is your main reason for not dating me, that I am a client. This can be easily remedied. You own an agency in partnership. Your partner, or if Imani has no space on her books, one of your senior associates can take over the schoolboy choir account. If you'd prefer not to move the account, you can have Imani vet anything that has to do specifically with me. Speaking as a member of SC, we want you, no one else. Second, while I admit I am a couple of inches shorter than you and 2 years younger, I have absolutely no hang-ups about either. I don't think such a small age difference matters, and I'm fairly certain my maturity levels are acceptable. I point out that I, too, am an eldest child. As for the height thing, I seriously love those heels you wear. Never will I be so stupid as to demand you wear flats. Not when watching you walk in heels is one of my all-time favorite things to do. I'm also in good shape. I realize I'm not as pretty as Noah or as built as Abe or have a dimple like Fox, but I have been told I have good teeth. Therefore, I'm not physically deficient. Third, I think you're hot. extremely combustibly hot. If I could, I'd keep you in bed for a week running, naked and mine, and I'd still not have enough. I think every part of you is hot, but I'm particularly turned on by your mind and your legs. You should see the fantasies I have of seducing your mind with my words, while I stroke my hands over your legs, rub my fingertips along the inner skin of your thighs. You don't mind calluses, do you, Thea? They come from drumming so intensely over a long period. All that physical work also means I have plenty of stamina. I can go as long and as hard as you want, or as slow and as deep, or any combination thereof. Hard and deep, slow and long. Hard, deep, long? I can do that. Your choice. Or, if you prefer it gentle and lazy, I can do that too, though we'd probably have to burn things down to a simmer with a hard, fast bout or 3 first. I'd be careful as I stroked you, but I'm afraid my touch would be a bit rough, a fraction abrasive, especially when I reached between your legs and used my fingertips to squeeze that pretty, plump, hard little... Thea closed her eyes, took a deep breath. It didn't do much good, her chest heaving and her pulse a brutal thud against her skin. Mind filled with the potent, erotic imagery he'd conjured up, and thighs tightly clenched in a futile effort to contain the sudden throbbing ache in between, she stared up at the ceiling of the lounge. All she saw was David's hand on her thigh, the small scar he had across the first knuckle of his right hand, a slash of white against the dark gold of his natural skin tone. His arm was hard with strength and dusted with tiny black hairs, muscle and tendon flexing under his skin as he teased and played with her clit, using those calloused fingertips before thrusting a single finger deep into... She squeezed her phone so hard that she heard the case crack, her body rigid and nerves gone haywire. When it was over, she collapsed into her seat in stunned shock, glad that the curved shape of it and her position in a seating arrangement right in back had hidden her from view of the others in the lounge. He'd made her orgasm, with nothing but the pressure of her thighs on her needy flesh and his words. The damn man had figured out her weak point, and he'd aimed his missile right at it. Her mind. Chapter 3. Gulping down the sports drink he needed to rehydrate and get his electrolytes back up, David checked his phone after the concert and saw no message from Thea, though the automatic red receipt confirmed she'd received it. A smile cracked his face. Thea was no shrinking violet. If she'd found his memo inappropriate, she'd have blasted him with cool fury. The fact she'd said nothing at all. Maybe he was clutching at straws, but as far as he was concerned, no answer was better than a flat-out no. Regardless of that, he'd probably have driven himself crazy waiting for a response if Fox hadn't come up with the idea of going to see koalas the next day. Hanging out with the guys and Molly kept his mind, if not off Thea, at least occupied enough that he didn't obsess. Of course, that only lasted until he was alone in his room that night. Then he went over every word he'd written and ended up hard as stone with only his hand to ease the need. It was nothing close to what he wanted. Frustrated, his nerves strung taut, he went down to the hotel gym and exhausted himself to the point that he could fall asleep. The next night, he, Fox, Noah, and Abe hit a club to celebrate Abe's birthday, and he stayed out late enough that his body kicked him into sleep when he sacked out on the bed. He spent the following night writing lyrics, greeted the dawn with gritty eyes and a pounding head, before getting on a flight back to Auckland, New Zealand. It was where the band had chosen to stay for a few more weeks, while they recuperated from a tough year. However, instead of going to the waterfront apartments in the city that were theirs for the duration, he and Abe decided to head to a nearby island where the band had booked out a small hotel. That night, he went for a swim in the freezing fucking water. He'd tried it once before, survived. That had been before the temperature plunged. Abe saw him dive in, yelled out that he was a lunatic, and had whiskey waiting for him when he got back. Throwing it down in a single gulp, David grabbed a towel and rubbed his hair and body dry, while the alcohol set fire to his chilled insides.
Remind me not to do that again.
His teeth threatened to chatter.
I think my nuts froze and fell off.
Abe snorted, his dark skin gleaming under the porch light.
If they had, you wouldn't still have that look in your eye.
Leaning his outdoor chair back against the wall, his feet up on the railing, The keyboard player said,
"You have to get laid, man." "What are you, my social secretary? Way you're going, you need one."
Not answering, David went into the house to get into dry clothes. When he returned to the porch, Abe poured him another drink.
"Just say the word if you want to hit the clubs. I'll be your wingman."
Sitting out on the porch under a carpet of glittering stars, long after Abe hauled his ass to bed, David thought of the only woman with whom he wanted to get naked and sweaty and dirty, and wondered what she was doing, whether she'd spared him a thought at all. Thea stared at the maddening, brain-eating, energy-sucking demon spawn of a memo she'd been working on for 4 days. It was stealing her sleep, invading her dreams, making her question her grasp of the English language, and the entire thing was David's fault. "Thea Alice!" Her mother's petite figure stopped in front of her. Lily had her hands on her hips, the scowling look on her face one Thea knew all too well. "I thought you said you weren't working this trip." The words were spoken in Balinese. Thea replied in the same language. "I'm not, Mama." "Oh?" Lily looked pointedly at the laptop Thea had snuck out into the sprawling back garden and set up on a wooden table her father had built when Thea had been a child. Settling on the equally weathered wooden seat beside it, Thea had figured she'd be safe from discovery. Her mother's garden was a beautiful jungle. Saucer-sized hibiscus flowers in yellow and red, orange and pink, as well as astonishing hybrids with hearts of fire and gold, bloomed in glorious abandon. Brilliant purple bougainvillea poured over and through the cross-hatched frame above the table, while a frangipani tree stood next to it, its fragrant flowers hanging heavy and lush within touching distance. Unable to resist, Thea had picked a creamy bloom and tucked it behind her left ear. A few feet from the other side of the table stood a banana palm with green bananas hanging from it in 2 firm bunches, next to a papaya tree, with its fruit starting to ripen to a pale yellow-orange, and behind them both, a large and luxuriant green mango tree, devoid of fruit this time of year. Then there were the myriad flowering plants she couldn't identify, some exotics, others experimental hybrids. Thea's mom, a dynamo with tiny competent hands and fierce dark eyes, was a self-taught horticulturist. Lily might not have a degree to her name or fancy letters behind it, but people wrote to her for advice from around the world. Her hand-grown seedlings were in high demand from professional gardeners, all of whom paid a premium for the exquisite Lily hybrids, her name synonymous with the unique and the precious. The most recent one had incited a furious bidding war that had been major news in horticultural circles. Thea was so proud of her mom. She was also slightly scared of her. "I promise I'm not working," she said, half closing the lid of the laptop. "I'm writing a letter to a friend." "What's so important you have to spend days telling your friend about it?" Lily's eyes grew bright on the final words. The delicate beauty of her face wreathed in a dazzling smile that lit up the golden brown of her skin from within. "A man!" Clapping her hands, she slid onto the wooden seat opposite Thea. "Tell me everything, Thea Alice." Thea could bluff with the best of them, manipulate the media like an expert, but the one person she could never fool was her mother. "It's not a man," she began, then groaned when Lily pointed a finger at her. Okay, it's a man, but I'm not sure I want to get involved with him." "Why not? Is he like that one?" That one was Lily's way of referring to Eric. "No," Thea said at once. "No, he's not like Eric." Well, she hoped he wasn't, but the simple fact was David was a rock star who had women buzzing around him like flies. Thea was too pragmatic not to understand what that might mean. Fidelity wasn't exactly a priority when there were 1,000 women waiting in the wings should the current one prove too much of a hassle. "Thea?" Her mother reached across the table to take her hand, her eyes holding such a depth of love that it filled Thea to overflowing and made her own eyes burn. "What's wrong, baby? You like this boy, don't you?" "Yes," Thea said, and it was a scary thing to admit. "But I'm not ready yet." Expression gentle and steely at the same time, Lily shook her head. "When you suffer such a big hurt, the longer you permit it to live in you, the bigger it grows, until it seeks to devour your soul." Thea felt tears roll down her cheeks, plop wetly onto the edge of the laptop lid. Mama, she whispered, painfully aware Lily was speaking from personal experience. Her mother had been a naive girl of 19 who barely spoke English when she'd gone to New Zealand on a work visa. Hired as a maid by Patrick and Karen Buchanan, she'd been proud and happy to be in a position to send money back to her parents and siblings in Indonesia. Except 2 weeks later, Patrick fired her for stealing when Lily hadn't so much as taken a sliver of soap. 7 days after that, the charming, intelligent, and good-looking Patrick Buchanan had tracked Lily down. He'd spun a story about how Karen had forced him to fire Lily out of jealousy. He'd fought for her, he'd said, but his wife was a difficult woman and their marriage on the verge of divorce. That had been the first visit of many. He'd preyed on Lily's loneliness, isolation, and innocence to seduce her, make her fall in love with him, while convincing her his status as a politician meant they couldn't be seen in public together, not until the divorce was final. Only the cheating bastard had never had any intention of leaving his wife. He'd arranged to have Lily deported when he was tired of her. She'd been 4 months pregnant with Thea at the time, and the only reason Thea knew the entire story was because she'd badgered it out of her mother at 18. Now Lily squeezed her hand, smiled. "Ah, baby, I got over my hurt a long time ago. Your papa had a great deal to do with it." A storm of love in her eyes, of joy. "He taught me that there are good men in the world, loyal, loving men who understand the meaning of honor. I hope you remember that, and not just what that one did." Thea knew her mother was right, but she couldn't get the image of Eric with his head buried between the bimbo's thighs out of her head. "I trusted him, Mama." Her voice broke. "I thought he liked me the way I am." The hurtful words Eric had flung at her continued to cut like razors. "You're a ball-busting bitch who should have been born with a penis. I needed a real woman to fuck. At least she isn't hell-bent on emasculating me." Rising when Thea started to sob in earnest, the first time she'd truly cried since it all happened, Lily came around the table to hug her against her body. Thea turned, wrapped her arms around her mother's petite form. Unlike Thea, Lily was barely over 5 feet tall. As a teenager, Thea had hated her height and features because they made it obvious she wasn't her papa's biological daughter. Soon as he'd realized the reason for her morose mood, her father, Wayan, had sat her down and told her that nothing could ever change the fact she was his eldest daughter, his small shadow, who loved to go fishing with him and who'd made his heart burst when she called him Papa for the first time as a 2.5-year-old. Thea had never again questioned his love, and their relationship was one of the most powerful bonds of her life. Her relationship with her younger sisters was as strong. The two were only teenagers, Lily and Wayan having waited to extend their family. Thea adored the giggling flirts and was so happy that they, as well as her parents, got along with Molly and vice versa. Molly hadn't been to Bali yet, but the 6 of them had all chatted over video calls. Lily pressed a kiss to the top of Thea's head when she finally drew back after crying out all the tears she'd been holding inside for months and months. It felt as if a great big obstruction was gone from inside her chest, the air cleaner, sweeter, the world brighter. "Write to your man," Lily said after using the bottom of her t-shirt to wipe away the remnants of Thea's tears, much as she'd done when Thea was a child. "I'll bring you ginger tea to ease your throat and cake to ease your heart." Thea drank the tea, ate the lusciously rich vanilla cake that sandwiched an equally decadent chocolate layer, then read her memo over again and hit send. David was sitting on the beach, trying to work on a difficult combination of guitar chords in an effort to keep his mind off the fact that Thea hadn't replied to his memo, when his phone buzzed. The stubborn hope in his heart gave a nervous jump. Telling himself it was probably just one of the guys, he took it out of his pocket, glanced at the screen. Thea. Blood a-roar in his ears, he set aside the acoustic guitar he'd borrowed from Noah and pulled up the message. It was empty, with 3 attachments. One was text, the other 2 images. He took a deep breath of the salt-laced air and clicked on the text attachment, gritting his teeth as it loaded. It seemed to take forever, wave after wave rolling into shore in front of him, leaving sea foam that popped and faded away into nothing under the cool afternoon light. There it was, a return memo. Reasons why your reasoning is flawed. Introduction, in which I, Thea Arsana, explain the flaws in your argument per your memo titled Reasons Why You Should Give Us a Shot. Ray, your first point, Schoolboy Choir is my client. I'm not about to hand the band off to anyone. I certainly don't need my business partner or our associates to look over my work. I am brilliant at what I do, and I can separate my personal life from my professional. That professional life has brought me into contact with any number of musicians. You must agree that those in your field do not make for excellent long-term relationship material. In evidence, I attach photos of one of your peers caught with his pants down with a woman not his wife. I believe you are friends with said peer and have been known to have a beer with him. It is often said that we are the company we keep. You are deliciously sexy. Noah, Fox, and Abe have nothing on you. Don't take that as an encouragement. Sexy men can only get into trouble. See my previous line of reasoning. The fact you see me as hot is a point in your favor, but I am not going to be swayed by your admittedly excellent way with words. As someone who also possesses excellent oral skills, as well as a tight focus on the objective at the center of the oral discussion, you're going to have to try harder to impress me. Conclusion. Regardless of our acknowledged belief in one another's hotness, the main obstacles to any relationship remain unchanged. You are a client, and you are a musician. Even if I decided to make an exception to my no-dating clients rule, I, as a woman who works with musicians, know all too well that the species cannot be trusted, and trust is everything to me. David read the memo 5 times over, getting more frustrated with each read. If the excellent oral skills comment wasn't a sexual one, he needed to start taking remedial reading lessons. A tight focus on the objective at the center of the oral discussion. Now all he could think about were Thea's perfectly painted lips on his cock. She was always put together head to toe, and she liked to wear lipstick this color that was kind of between pink and red. She changed it up, but that was her favorite, and it was the one he saw in his mind as she moved her lips up and down his erection, her eyes looking up at him and her hands on the backs of his thighs, nails digging into his flesh. The possessive clasp of her mouth left his penis wet and shining, and Jesus, he was going to come in his pants if he wasn't careful. He growled, closed his eyes, and tried to think back to his swim in the icy water and how it had almost frozen his balls off. God, Thea's hot mouth would have felt so good after— Fuck! The devious woman, he realized, had planted the image in his head deliberately, in retaliation for his memo. Grinning through the agony of an arousal so deep it actually hurt, he clicked on the first photographic attachment because clearly he was an idiot, and his mood dived. It was a tabloid shot of Will Taylor, poster boy for country music. Will and David weren't best buds, their personalities as different as their styles of music, but Will liked ice hockey. So did David and Noah, and the 3 of them had run into each other enough times at the games that they'd started grabbing seats in the same rows, getting a post-match beer together to discuss the game play-by-play. Of course the tabloids had blown up the casual relationship into a bosom friendship. Thea, of course, was too smart to fall for that. But there was no denying that David knew Will, and that Will had cheated spectacularly on his beauty queen wife. He'd taken his lingerie model girlfriend to Barbados. Then the jerk had stuck his dick into her on a romantic and secluded beach. And a pap with a long-lens camera had enjoyed one hell of a big payday. Deleting the photo attachments because the last thing he wanted to look at was Will's pasty ass, he read Thea's memo again, this time focusing not on the statement that had made him so happy, but on the truly important paragraph, the one to do with cheating. It was also the one thing it was impossible to prove he wouldn't do. David knew he'd never cheat, but he also knew his promise wouldn't be enough for a woman who'd already had her trust betrayed. Thea wouldn't agree to be with him until she trusted him not to stomp on her heart, and the only way he could prove his faithfulness was to be with her, to show her he loved her to the point of insanity. Catch fucking 22. Chapter 4. Thea walked into her parents' kitchen in her pajama pants and tank top, ready for her morning jolt of coffee. Seeing her mom, she said, "Morning," then yawned, still half asleep. "Did Papa give you flowers? They're gorgeous." Striking with color and texture and scent. In fact, she thought, walking over to rub one vibrant orange petal between her fingertips after she'd poured herself a cup of java and drunk enough to wake up, the bouquet was unique and tailored, far beyond anything Thea would have expected from her father. Wayan adored his wife, but his usual idea of romance was to buy Lily a new shovel. Not that he ever allowed Lily to use it. No, Thea's father always dug Lily's plots himself, a small secretive smile passing between husband and wife each time he did so. Thea had only discovered the reason behind that smile a year past. The knowledge made the moment even sweeter. That was what Thea wanted, that deep, private, enduring bond. Now Thea faced her beaming mother, her own lips curved. "I guess he's finally picked up something from you." Lily patted her cheek. "They're not from my man, Thea Alice. They're from yours." With that, she winked and walked out of the kitchen. Coffee forgotten. Thea just stared at the extravagant arrangement, her mouth dry and her blood thunder in her veins. It was only flowers, she told herself. She'd received flowers before. Eric used to send her white roses to make up after a fight. She thought it was cute at the time. Later she'd figured he must have settled on white roses because they were simple and effortless to order from a florist, no reflection or forethought required. What sat in front of her was in no way a straightforward order. They had come from a local florist, but Thea knew that florist, had seen their arrangements. This was unlike anything they had ever done, the look so distinctive that the instructions had to have been highly specific. "Stop stalling, Thea," she muttered, and jerked off the small black envelope pinned to one side of the luscious, fragrant bouquet. Her name was printed on it in silver. Telling herself to calm down, that it probably wasn't even from David but from someone who wanted her to jump ship and take over the PR for another band, she lifted the flap and slid out the silver-on-black card and stopped breathing. "Will is an idiot. I am not an idiot. Full memo to come." That was it. No signature. Not that she needed one. Feeling as giddy as a girl with her first crush, she picked up the flowers, put them carefully in one of her mother's large glass vases, and carried the arrangement up to her second-floor room. Her sisters weren't yet awake, or there would have been much squealing. If Thea was honest, she felt like squealing herself. Shutting her bedroom door, she put the flowers on the wide ledge in front of the window and sat cross-legged on her bed to look at them. She wasn't that easy. Flowers were a quick, pretty fix that didn't alter the underlying issue of trust. But still, he'd made an effort. That meant a lot. Chest tight, she picked up her phone. "I got the flowers," she messaged, knowing it had to be near lunchtime in his part of the world. His response arrived 2 minutes later. Having seen exactly how slow he was at typing things out on his phone, she grinned. He had to have started composing a reply as soon as he received her message. "Did you get the note?" "Yes, I'm looking forward to the memo." A knock on Thea's door, high-pitched giggles coming through the wood. "Have to go, little sisters." Marjorie and Ella tumbled into the room the next second. Squealing, they oohed and awed over the flowers, then jumped on the bed with her and demanded information about her boyfriend, drawing the single word out in a sing-song tone that had her laughing. "Tell us, tell us, tell us!" Marjorie said, "or we'll have to torture you." "Yeah?" Marjorie and Ella shared a look at her unconcerned response, then pounced, tickling Thea until tears ran down her face, and this time they were happy ones. She'd missed her two siblings. They'd visited her earlier in the year, and all three of them had gone crazy in Disneyland. But it was good to be here, to spend a concentrated amount of time just being with her family. When she finally had a chance to check her phone again, she saw David had sent one more message. "The red one reminded me of you. It's so fucking beautiful." Thea went to the bouquet and touched her fingers to one of the flame-red blooms. It was glorious. The petals were soft and velvety, curling gently outward from a golden core that held another, hidden core of opulent cream. Heart-sighing, she pulled one out from the bouquet, intending to clip off the stem so she could tuck it behind her ear. "Ow!" Glancing down, she saw a red bead of blood on her skin. The stunning flower had tiny green thorns all down the stem. Laughter shook her shoulders. He had to have made a special request that the thorns not be stripped, or the florist would have done it as a matter of course. Okay, David, she murmured. Point to you. She could get on board with a man who saw the beauty in her thorns. Of course, her smile faded. Eric had said that at the start, too. David knew he couldn't rest on his laurels. Thea might have replied to his memo, might even have swapped messages with him, but she was far from convinced. Throwing some meat on the grill on the back terrace of the hotel, he thought about his next move.
What's eating you?
He looked up, saw Noah watching him with open curiosity in the dark gray of his eyes. The band's guitarist had arrived from the mainland a few hours ago, but the two of them had been doing their own thing until now.
Nothing. David, you're drumming a steak knife and a fork against the edge of a grill you haven't turned on.
David looked down, saw Noah was right.
New beat?
He said, trying to shrug it off. He wasn't ready to discuss Thea. Back at the start, when he'd first started falling for her, the others had razzed him about his crush. But that had stopped a long time ago. His friends had realized it was serious for him, that any teasing would be rubbing salt in the wound. Noah raised an eyebrow.
Yeah? This new beat requires raw meat? Shut up if you want to get fed.
He got the grill going.
Abe here too?
Noah shook his head, his blonde hair brilliant in the early evening sun.
Gone for a walk.
Hitching himself up on the wooden railing of the terrace, the cookout area sheltered from the wind and from the prying lenses of paparazzi cameras by the natural curve of the land, he wrapped his legs around the thick posts.
Want some help? Make a salad. Real men eat their meat as it's meant to be eaten, on its own. I've seen you drinking that weird green shit for breakfast. That weird green shit is energy in a bottle.
And Noah, David thought, needed the hit. The other man didn't sleep much. He was almost always the first one up and awake when they were on tour. The only way David, Fox, or Abe could beat him to the dawn was if they just didn't go to bed.
Will potatoes insult your manly taste buds? Not so long as there's butter involved.
David pointed out the bowl of mashed potatoes on the outdoor table.
As ordered.
He cooked when he was stressed. Another man might have thought that was odd. That man probably hadn't grown up in a home where the kitchen was the center of the house, warm and welcoming and always a little crazy. Even when they'd lived in a tiny two-bedroom place, the entire Rivera family would end up cramming themselves into the kitchen, talking over one another, chopping and stirring and doing homework. His father had often pulled long hours, and his mom had to go to bed early in order to be ready for her morning shifts, but no matter what, the family always ate dinner together at the narrow kitchen table. David had been so homesick the first week at boarding school that he'd stopped eating. Without Abe and then Noah and Fox, he wasn't sure he would have survived the culture shock, despite his burning desire to make his parents proud, give them and his brothers a better life.
So?
Noah said from his perch.
You cooked and you were drumming with a steak knife. What gives?
That was the thing with Noah. Voted one of the world's most beautiful people recently, complete with a cover photo shoot where he was dressed only in ripped jeans that were barely hanging on, a wicked smile on his face. The guitarist pulled off the laid-back musician routine so well that most people never realized he was always stone-cold sober in company, unless with those rare few he trusted down to the bone. The fact was, Noah's intelligence was a blade. It was Noah who'd read all their gig contracts back when they couldn't afford a lawyer. Noah who'd made sure they walked away from things that would have equaled handcuffs in the long term. So David didn't try to bluff.
I don't want to talk about it. Fair enough.
Hopping off the railing as David put the steaks on 2 plates, the other man went inside and came out with a couple of beers. They ate outside, and as they did, they talked about music. It was what had first brought the 4 members of schoolboy choir together, and though they were now bound by deeper bonds, it remained an integral part of their relationship. Noah was working on a song he'd mentioned to David before and grabbed his guitar to show David what he had so far.
Think you can do your magic?
David asked him to play it again, tapped out a clean, precise rhythm with his knife and fork on the edge of the table, using the clink of the fork against his plate to replace the sound of the cymbals.
Yeah, I can feel it.
He played some more, accompanying Noah as the other man segued into one of the band's biggest hits. Noah had an excellent voice, but he didn't add it to the music.
This one needs Fox's lungs.
David agreed. They all had their talents, and the lead singer's voice was a force of nature.
Him and Molly? It's serious.
Fox smiled at Molly with a possessiveness you'd have to be blind to miss. But it wasn't only that. There was a raw tenderness there, something David wasn't used to seeing in his friend's expression. Making it, though, it'd be a hard road for the two. Molly seemed to have a dislike of the spotlight, and no woman who was with Fox could avoid the cameras.
"Never seen him like this about a woman,"
Noah said, shooting an incisive glance at David.
"Seen you like it about Thea, though."
"Damn it, Noah, how the fuck do you do that?" Undaunted, Noah continued to play, his fingers dancing over the strings with an ease envied by millions.
"You get this look in your eyes when you're thinking about her,"
the guitarist said.
So? So, I'm working on it.
But he'd have to wait, be patient. Much as he wanted to talk to Thea face to face, she was spending time with her family, and he wasn't an arrogant ass, wouldn't just fly in and invite himself to their home. Not only would that wreck her well-earned vacation, it would be shooting himself in the foot. For now, all he had were his words. In rebuttal. Introduction, in which I, David Rivera, prove that you, Thea Arsana, are so very wrong and should be with me. I agree that you're brilliant at your work and certainly don't need anyone to look over your shoulder, which makes my point. You are more than capable of handling a lover who is also a client. After all, it's not as if I plan to walk into your office, stroll around to the back of your executive chair, and bend down to kiss your neck as I undo that sleek twist thing you do with your hair. Not that I'd blame me if I did. The length of your neck is so elegant that it'd be a crime not to kiss it, taste it, draw in your scent from the warmth of your skin. Even if I did give in to temptation, it wouldn't be such a crime as long as I'd locked the door behind me. You could fix your hair with those neat motions you make that turn me on like nothing else. The only problem would be if I went further, if I ran my hands down your shoulders to cup your breasts while I kissed your neck and whispered in your ear. Do you think I could talk you into pulling the skirt of your dress up past your hips to expose your panties? What if I asked you to hook your fingers in the sides of the panties, tug them off? They'd tangle halfway down because I wouldn't let go of your breasts while I sucked on your neck. I'd probably leave a mark, and I agree that would be difficult to explain to your colleagues. Probably not as difficult as the sounds you'd make while you touched yourself, but maybe you're quiet when you come. Not that it matters in this scenario, because we wouldn't be doing any of that in your office, despite how hard the fantasy makes my cock. I know exactly how seriously you take your work, and I take you seriously. Of course, if you decide to invite me to your office late at night after everyone else has gone home, then all bets are off. Until then, you don't have to worry about me barging in, demanding sex, or anything else remotely personal. You can keep your private and work lives separate. So can I. In rebuttal of your evidence of musicians being a bad bet, I attach an article about two close friends. You might know Jack from his recent Oscar-winning song. Did you know he's been happily married to his makeup artist wife, Valerie, for 29 years and counting? He also has grandchildren he dotes on. I know because he shows off their photos every time we meet. Jack and Valerie were high school sweethearts. They've been with each other since back when he was an electrician doing gigs on the side and she was a beautician. She still cuts his hair, and he still fixes her electrical appliances when they short out. They don't do the industry circuit except for the odd event, where, according to the attached article, they like to dress up and party. They arrive together and they leave together. I can also tell you they continue to laugh at one another's jokes and hold hands like teenagers. Long-term relationships are possible. It all depends on the people involved. I can work hard. I know you can work damn hard. You're also relentlessly stubborn, and I say that as a compliment. Turns out so am I where you're concerned. I figure that gives us as good or better a shot than most of making it. On to the other parts of your memo. I'm glad you think I'm sexy, and I am encouraged. Extremely encouraged. As for oral skills, I have my share, though you might have to give me some pointers the first few times so I can learn what makes you scream and come on my tongue. I wouldn't mind instructions from you. I'm easy like that. Conclusion. I believe I've proven that neither the issue of faithfulness nor the fact I'm a client is an insurmountable obstacle. I await your response, and any pointers you'd care to share in advance. Chapter 5. Thea was helping her mother in the garden when Marjorie ran out with her phone. "Thea!" her sister called out. "You got a message!" Glancing guiltily at her mother, even as her heart gave a great big thud of a beat, Thea said, "I left it inside like I promised." Lips burst into a smile. Lily's eyes danced. Go, look. You'll burst into flame if you don't. I'll turn it off next time. Thea stripped off her gardening gloves with hands that trembled, her breath coming fast and shallow. Don't think I won't hold you to it. Lily's smile deepened. But not this trip. Not when you're waiting for messages from this young man who makes you act as giddy and as silly as Marjorie and Ella. Piercing love in her expression. I'm glad to see the sparkle back in my girl's eyes and the flush back on her cheeks. Those cheeks burning, Thea took the phone, then stared at her little sister until Marjorie threw up her hands and stalked back inside. I didn't peek, she yelled over her shoulder before giving herself away with a giggle. I couldn't figure out your password. The instant Thea confirmed the message was from David, she made her excuses to her mother and walked through the garden, past the bougainvillea-shaded table and the frangipani tree, and down a gentle slope to the stream that ran through the back of her parents' property. Anticipation hummed through her, the excitement stronger than anything she'd ever before felt. Sitting with her back to another papaya tree, her t-shirt and capris perfect for the balmy weather, she opened the message and began to read. The deeper she got into the memo, the more grateful she was that she hadn't tried to read it near her mother and sister, because the gloves were definitely off. God. Thighs clenched tightly together and teeth sinking into her lower lip. She fell back onto the grass and stared up at the exquisite blue of the sky until her skin cooled down, her pulse no longer a skitter. Thea had always found David sexy. Even when she'd been happy with Eric, she'd admired David in an abstract way. She'd been in a relationship, and unlike her worm of an ex, Thea had taken the commitment seriously. Still, there was no law against appreciating a delicious package of man when he walked into her office with a smile that had always struck her as shy at the edges. However, beneath it was a calm, solid confidence that was incredibly attractive. What she could have never predicted was that he'd have this lusciously dirty streak. It made her wonder exactly what he'd whisper in her ear if they did ever end up in bed. Shivering at the thought, she started to read the memo again. Her breath was coming in short pants by the end. It took her over 10 minutes to calm down this time. The mental visual he'd created of what he'd like to do to her in her office should she give him the green light, making her so damp and sticky between her thighs that she had to sneak into the house and change her panties. That done, she gave herself strict instructions to stop replaying the erotic fantasy in her head and return to the garden. Of course, the order was far more difficult to follow than it had been to give, and Lily scolded her several times when Thea almost pulled out a flower instead of a weed. Sorry, Mama, she said, and gritted her teeth in a vain effort to control her wayward mind. It kept whispering and wondering what David's hands would feel like on her breasts, through one of the simple fitted sheath dresses she favored for work. Her breasts were small but sensitive, and the idea of his hands on her, oh man, especially if he unzipped the dress, slid his hands inside and under the cups of her bra. She'd felt his toughened palm against her own when he shook her hand the first day they met, absently noted the calluses he'd mentioned in his first memo. To have those hands touching her, petting her, Thea bit back a groan. Thea! Her exasperated mother slapped a gardening glove lightly over her thigh. What did that boy write to you that you've spent the past 10 minutes staring at the same patch of dirt? Going bright red, Thea stuttered to the point that she sent her mother into hysterics. Lily shook her head after she caught her breath. Tell me about him. It was a request, not a command. Thea blew out a breath, the heat yet in her cheeks, and said, His name is David. Then, as they worked, she told her mother about how she and David had met, how he was part of schoolboy choir. He has this smile, it just gets me right there. She thumped a hand over her heart. Only, I understand, Thea. Lily's gaze was intent. This is important, and such things take time to get right. A kiss pressed to Thea's forehead. If he is the right man, he'll wait. He'll understand the value of patience. Thea thought of how patient David had already been and wondered how much more he had left in him. Would he wait for a woman who needed to have absolute certainty in her lover's loyalty before she allowed herself to be vulnerable? Or would he decide it was all too difficult? It was tempting to pull the plug herself, stop the pain before it came, but she was no coward, and David's honesty deserved her own. That thought in mind, she opened up her laptop after an early dinner with her family. Her intention was to write to David, but Imani was online, and Thea ended up chatting with her partner and best friend for a half hour, during which Thea admitted to her friend that something was going on with David. "It's new," she wrote. "Just starting. Don't tell any of the others, okay?" Imani and Thea were part of the jokingly named Holly Weird Book Club. More wine drinking and talking went on at their meetings than book discussion, but the friendships were rock solid. It wasn't that Thea didn't trust the 4 other women in the group. She just wasn't ready for questions when she had no answers. Imani, in contrast, had known Thea since college and was the only person who knew all of what had happened with Eric. She understood what Thea didn't say. "My lips are sealed," Imani replied now. "But I have to say you have great taste. He's scrumptious. Call me if you need to talk." Signing off soon afterward, Thea breathed deep and began typing. An evaluation of your skills. Introduction, in which I discuss your memo writing skills. Firstly, for a rock star who doesn't regularly write memos, you're doing a stellar job. If I had to grade you, you'd receive an A+. Given your proven ability to master a new skill with such speed, I don't think you need any pointers from me, oral or written. I have confidence you'd acquit yourself to an A+ standard, should the hypothetical scenario in your previous memo ever come to pass. However, whether it will ever occur remains to be seen, because, while I accept your evidence in rebuttal of my Will Taylor photographs, the fact of the matter is that you might find me easier to handle as a fantasy than in reality. Thea paused, her breathing choppy. It was so hard to write that, to lay her flaws bare, but she'd rather face that pain now when she could recover from the hurt than do it later, after David had won her heart. Eric had hurt her, really hurt her, but she was starting to understand that David could destroy her if she let him in and he turned against her. Getting up, she walked downstairs to the otherwise empty kitchen. Her parents were in the den and her sisters had left for a birthday sleepover. The faint sound of the television show her parents were watching kept her company as she made herself a cup of tea. As she waited for the tea to steep, she thought of Eric, of how it had all begun. He'd been an executive at a business that had contracted with Thea's company to handle some PR, and Thea had been the contact person. When he'd asked her out, she'd had no reason to say no. Charming, intelligent, good-looking, Eric had appeared the perfect man. One date had turned into 2, and then one day they were engaged. There had been no fiery chemistry, but there had been what she'd believed was a deep friendship that showed signs of becoming love. That had been okay with her, more than okay. It was how her parents had fallen in love, and theirs was the most solid, most loving marriage she had ever witnessed. Thea hadn't believed she was settling. She'd believed she was laying the foundations for a relationship that would last decades, becoming stronger with each day that passed. Only, it seemed Eric hadn't wanted the same thing. He'd wanted the drama and the passion. If it had only been that, and if he'd been honest with her as soon as he realized he'd made a mistake in proposing, she would have released him from the engagement without any attempt at emotional blackmail. It wasn't as if she wanted to be with a man who didn't want to be with her. The Eric she'd originally fallen for, he would have been upfront with her. But something had happened to him during the time they'd been together. She didn't know if he'd been weak beneath the surface from the start, or if it was seeing her increasing success that had created the fractures. He'd begun to resent her, until she no longer shared her successes with him, until the gulf between them grew and grew. His cheating had been ugly, but worse had been the hate she'd sensed in him. The idea that David might one day feel that way toward her was a horrible thing to contemplate. Tears burned her eyes, because her friendship with David already felt deeper and more rooted than anything she'd had with Eric. And this time she felt the passion, the chemistry, experienced the racing pulse and the wildly thudding heart. It was a combination so powerful, she knew her and David's nascent relationship could either become her everything, or it could end up savaging her. Fingers trembling, she rubbed her hands over her face, then finished making her tea, and, mug in hand, went back upstairs to her bedroom. Up here, she couldn't hear the television, only the nocturnal insects outside the open bedroom window, as she picked up the memo where she'd left off. The fact of the matter is that you might find me easier to handle as a fantasy than in reality. I'm not just the woman you'd be sleeping with if I agree to a relationship. I'd also be the woman who works all hours and thinks nothing of taking a client call in the middle of a date. At times, I'll be able to accompany you on tour, but many times I won't. As a result, we'd have to deal with long separations that may make you question why you're even with me. It would mean being physically frustrated for weeks at a time, and from your memos, it's obvious you're a man with a strong physical drive. Think about that, David. Really think about it. And about all those groupies who throw themselves at you. Will it be worth it to give them all up for a cold bed? Thea had to take another break. The idea of David with other women making rage bubble in her blood. She was in so much trouble if she was already having that visceral a reaction. Drinking her cool tea, she put down the cup and made herself finish the memo. Unlike Jack and Valerie, we couldn't avoid the industry circuit, since I have to keep my finger on the pulse of that world. The pressures on us will be continual and intense. To manage it, we'd have to be willing to not only work hard, but to stick it out even when it would be easier to walk away. You could find a woman outside the industry. I could find a man who doesn't live in the media spotlight. There would be no dual pressure. We could go home and switch off instead of having to consider how outsiders might scrutinize our every move. In conclusion, I say that while the play might be fun and exciting, it's everything else that could screw us up. We could lose our friendship and gain nothing. Thea hesitated after typing the last word. If she sent this, she shoved everything up a notch, made it serious. But had it ever been anything else? No. She pushed send. 10 minutes afterward, she received a message. Thea, you might be my fantasy, but you're also the woman I've seen up at 3 a.m. to deal with media drama. I know who you are, and... A second message followed in another few minutes. David really was adorably slow on his phone. Bodies aren't interchangeable for me. I want you, no one else. I'm so gone on you I haven't slept with anyone since I asked you out. It's not hard to say no when the woman isn't you. Sniffling and smiling and feeling as if her blood was made of honey, she composed her response. It's your turn to write a memo. Then, because he'd given her words that went a long way toward healing the leftover hurt inside her from Eric's hate, added, XX. Pushing send, she knew she'd just given the green light to a relationship that already felt passionate in its power, despite the fact she and David had never exchanged a single real kiss. Her skin grew tight at the thought of kissing him, of feeling his lips on hers, his body hard and warm against her own. When her phone vibrated, she knew who it was before she answered. This time, David delivered his memo over the phone line. Hello, Ms. Arsana. The sound of his voice made her stomach flutter, her heart give a beat so fast it was almost painful. Mr. Rivera? Are you in bed? There was no question of using his question as a chance to shut everything down. They were long past that point. I could be, she murmured, getting up from in front of her laptop. Given the right incentive. Thea. His response had her sucking in a breath, abdomen tight. No one could make her feel as beautiful as David. Just the way he said her name. It had her toes curling against the woven carpet beneath her feet. Even her aching fear of getting this all wrong wasn't any kind of shield against the reality of him. Walking to her bed, she said, That's incentive enough. It came out husky. David's response made her knees go weak. I want to touch you. Blunt words that held a stark masculine need. If I was there with you tonight, you'd be wearing nothing but skin. I'd use my hand, my fingers, my tongue on you, drink you in like water. Breath rough, he continued. Shit, I might as well admit it. Finesse would go out the window the instant I tasted you. Say yes, Thea. Say yes. Thea had frozen at his first words, hand clenched on the sheet. Now she released the sheet with a jerky motion and reached down to undo the tie that held up her cotton pajama pants. With David's voice in her ear, there was nothing else she could do, her body screaming for him. Yes. Skin hot, she spoke over his groan. I'm about to get naked for you. The fear, the worry they'd messed this up, it was still there, but for now, it was buried beneath the white-hot flame that burned between them. Talk to me. The words that came over the phone line were harsh and blue, and then sinfully, decadently sexy. He told her exactly what he wanted to do to her in intimate, exquisite detail. And as she'd already learned, the gentleman of rock knew exactly how to arouse her to a fever pitch. Unsurprisingly, she ended up in bed with her hand between her thighs while his voice seduced her to quivering pleasure. When it was over, he blew her a kiss and said, I know exactly who you are, Thea, and you're the woman I want. Only you. Chapter 6. Nearly 6 weeks, several delays, and hours of maddening, arousing, hot phone sex later, David looked around the room filled with supermodels, musicians, producers, A-list Hollywood actors, and other glitterati, and felt as if he would burst. The entire band was at the New York party because the hosts were good friends, albeit ones who tended to go over the top. David had come so as not to be rude, but he wasn't in a party frame of mind. Glancing at his watch for the 1,000th time, he caught Abe giving him the side-eye. I have to pick someone up at the airport, he said, cutting off the questions before they began. Where's Noah? I saw him with that Ethiopian model, the one in the perfume ad where she's half naked with a tiger. You seen it? Yeah. David was both surprised and not by the news. Noah went through women like some men went through beer, but David had thought he'd picked up an increasingly intense vibe between Noah and Kit, the talented actress who'd been friends with the members of schoolboy choir since the start of both her and their careers. Still, it was probably better for Kit if she didn't get involved with Noah. David loved the other man like a brother, but Noah's loyalty to a woman lasted hours at most. Soon as the sex was over, he was gone. It was something David had never understood about Noah, because, in every other way, the guitarist was reliable and blood-loyal. He never fucked around when it came to the music, never made things difficult for his bandmates, had once driven an hour in a snowstorm at 4 a.m. to pick David up when his car broke down. And the thing was, all those women, they didn't seem to make Noah happy. David had brought up the subject once, worried Noah was in a bad place. The guitarist had held his gaze, then tipped his beer in David's direction, saying, I'm just a bastard, David. It's genetic. That's all David had gotten out of him. But 2 days later, Noah had written a song titled Broken that had fucking torn out David's heart and become a #1 single around the world. David didn't know how to fix what was broken in his friend, and neither did Abe or Fox. All they could do was be there for Noah, should he ever decide to talk. If he did, David had a feeling it would be to Fox. Schoolboy Choir's lead singer had never divulged what he knew about Noah's problems, but David had woken some days on tour to find Fox had stayed up till dawn with Noah, as if he understood the demons were howling for blood and Noah needed the backup. You heard from Thea lately? Abe's casual question had David's attention snapping back to Schoolboy Choir's keyboard player. He narrowed his eyes. Why? Just wondering. A shrug. Did you see the way she handled that dust up in London? The other man whistled. I could almost hear the paps whimpering. I pity the poor sucker who wants to breach her defenses. Her strength is part of her, and it makes her amazing, David said through gritted teeth. I totally agree. I fucking love Thea. Abe shrugged, muscles rippling under the black t-shirt all but painted to his body. She's got serious thorns, though. Man will have to be determined as hell if he wants to get through. David realized he'd been expertly played by his friend into betraying far too much. Yeah, he said and left it at that, Damn sure Abe had figured out exactly who David was picking up at the airport. He and Abe had been friends since the 8th day after David entered the private boarding school as a 13-year-old scholarship student who didn't have designer anything and didn't go to Aspen or St. Moritz on his vacations. Abe, by contrast, came from a seriously wealthy and influential family, one that had made its money in real estate, but that also had a Supreme Court judge and a senator in its midst, not to mention a tenured professor and several high-powered attorneys. The two of them should have had nothing in common. By rights, Abe should have been the kind of rich, entitled brat who tried to beat up on David. Instead, they'd managed to blow up something in chem lab the first time they'd been paired together in class, after making a mutual decision to improve the experiment, and had ended up in detention, where they'd both groaned and said, "My mom's going to kill me." That had been that. Despite their differences, the two of them had found they not only had strong family ties in common, but music too. David already knew he loved the rhythm and beat of the drums, while Abe had been playing classical piano since he was 3, was gifted on the keys. Then had come the fateful meeting with Noah and Fox.
"What's the grin for?"
Abe asked, dark eyes curious.
"I was thinking about the choir tryout."
All 4 of them had sung flat and off-key on purpose that day, horrified at the idea of being in a choir.
Remember how Noah kept insisting he was a born singer before butchering the entire piece he was assigned?
Abe scowled.
Fucker was smarter than I was. Yeah.
David laughed. Noah's apparent arrogance had so annoyed the choir teacher that she hadn't even let him finish the assigned piece before declaring him an insult to music.
You almost got yourself busted. Give me a little credit. I never tried to sing off-key before. At least I didn't pull the "I come from a deprived neighborhood and don't know what a choir is" routine. I'd have felt bad about that,
David said,
if the teacher hadn't tried to speak very slowly to me in Spanish.
He'd been one of only 2 Hispanic kids in the entire school, a fact that could have been isolating as hell if he hadn't had Abe, Fox, and Noah as his family away from family.
You got your own back.
David grinned at Abe's reminder. Making an appearance of wide-eyed innocence, he'd asked to sing a Spanish song for his tryout, then dug out the rudest of the many ditties he'd heard on construction sites when he'd tagged along with his father.
Best part was the way she actually clutched at her pearls when she realized what I was singing. No, man, best part was Fox having that coughing fit because he couldn't stop laughing, and Noah helpfully translating for the other kids. That's when I knew we'd all be friends. Me too.
Afterward, they'd learned that Noah had picked up Spanish from his nanny as a child and taught Fox. Unlike David and Abe, the 2 other boys had been at boarding school since they were 7 and were already best friends. But from that day on, 2 had become 4, their friendship rock solid. No matter what happened, they had one another's backs. It was Noah who'd ended up in detention with David the next time around, after the guitarist jumped in with fists flying against a group of assholes from one of the senior classes who thought to pick on the scholarship kid. Turned out the scholarship kid could fight better than the trust fund babies, and the trust fund baby David had on his side was a berserker when one of his friends was threatened. 3 weeks later, it was Abe in the principal's office with Fox, the 2 of them being grilled about a stunt involving a dead fish hidden in the staff room. That stroke of genius had landed them the punishment of having to clean out the entire room, inch by inch.
Winning the scholarship was the best thing that ever happened to me,
David said. It had brought him not only to his friends, but to Thea.
Worth all the extra homework I did to take the tests for it.
A teacher had told him he had the brains to ace the tests, and his parents had made sure he had the peace and quiet to study.
You still funding stuff for your old school? Yeah.
So smart, poor kids wouldn't have to leave their neighborhood, leave their families, to get an education equal to that of the wealthy. Funny thing was, it was only when he'd landed in a school with those rich kids that he'd realized how many of them would trade their wealth for a family like his. For a dad who'd once driven for days just so his eldest son wouldn't have to spend his first birthday away from home, alone. For a mom who religiously sent care packages filled with homemade treats. Abe went to say something else, but one of their hosts came over right then. David liked Gerald, but he wasn't in the mood for the other man's meandering brand of conversation tonight. Catching David's twitchiness and proving he was a true friend, Abe drew Gerald away with some bullshit story about wanting Gerald's advice on a possible investment. David used the opportunity to sneak out without attracting any further attention. No way in hell was he going to be late to pick up Thea. Finally, they were about to have their first face-to-face date. It should have happened when she returned to New Zealand after her trip to Bali, but her sisters had begged her to stay longer. Since, with the band on vacation, the timing couldn't have been better, Thea had extended her trip. Impatient as he was to see her, David also understood the bonds of family, so he'd sucked it up and ramped up his memo writing and the phone calls, ready to meet her at LAX when she flew back home. Except she'd never made it to LA, going directly from Bali to London to deal with a messy situation for another one of her clients. Because while schoolboy choir was Thea's main focus, she'd never dropped the people who'd first given her a shot. That situation had dragged on far longer than Thea had expected. Then, a massive storm front had disrupted flights across Europe, leaving Thea stuck in London for almost a week longer than she'd intended. That was the point where many a man would have given up, believing the universe was against their relationship. David saw it another way. The universe was testing him to see how committed he was, how much he wanted this. The answer was simple. Thea was the woman for him. No ifs, buts, or questions. He knew. Now he would find out if she could see him the same way when they were physically together. She responded to his words, his voice, but would she respond to the whole man? His hands shook as he put them on the steering wheel of his car, because tonight Thea could break his heart all over again, and this time the wound would be permanent. Trying not to think of that possibility, he started the engine. With all the celebrities in attendance at the party tonight, he didn't think he'd be followed. He was way too boring in tabloid terms, and that was exactly how he liked it. Still, he'd left via the kitchens, having parked the car a block over. The drive to the airport was relatively smooth for New York. No yellow cabs made suicidal dashes in front of him, and the flow of traffic was steady. Once there, he zipped a gray hoodie over his shirt, flipping up the hood before he walked inside to wait for Thea's flight. It landed 5 minutes after he arrived. His blood turned into a roar under his skin, his heart thumping. The wait for her to emerge was excruciating. And then there she was, hair down in a glossy sheet of black that reached partway down her back. She wasn't wearing one of the neat professional dresses that skimmed her body. Instead, she had on black jeans that hugged her incredible legs, a simple top and a rich dark green fabric that looked as if it'd be liquid soft to the touch, and a black belt that buckled over her hips. A sleek black leather jacket and stilettos of glossy black with a red underside completed the look. The heels on those shoes were ridiculous and ridiculously sexy. Straightening from the wall to head to her, he went to raise his hand to catch her attention when she looked straight at him and smiled. A real smile, one that lit up her eyes. It hit him like a body blow. Sucking in a breath, he met her halfway and couldn't help sliding his hand around her waist to lie on her lower back, his need to touch her voracious. "Hey." Thea had intended to be tough, to not fall into David's arms like a ripe peach, but God, that smile. Sexy and a little shy and eating her up like she was the most gorgeous woman he'd ever seen. "Hey, yourself." She surrendered her small roll-on case and attached carry-on to him. Neither one of them said anything further. Thea was a whiz with words, but today her throat was dry, her tongue tied up. You'd think after the explicit nature of their memos and phone calls, they'd be over nerves, but oh no. It was a whole different ballgame now that she was bare inches away from the man who'd given her erotic dreams so hot she'd woken quivering with arousal. Leading her to a sleek European sports car, the body a glossy black and the windows tinted, he opened the passenger door for her before loading her luggage in the trunk and getting in himself. He smelled so good that her mouth actually watered. What would he taste like? What would he feel like if they did the things they'd written, spoken about? Having waited until after they'd passed the cashier of the parking lot and were stopped at a traffic light, David unzipped and removed his hoodie. Running a hand through his hair as he threw the gray fabric into the back seat, he gave her another smile that twisted up her insides. She couldn't bear it if he never smiled at her that way again. The months when he distanced himself from her, she'd missed him so much. It'd be even worse now, after she knew so many pieces of him, after he'd sent her flowers with thorns included. In the fear, she found her voice. "What are we doing, David?" The butterflies grew silent inside her, their wings heavy with worry. Smile fading, David's hands clenched on the steering wheel.
Have you changed your mind about seeing where this leads?
Thea half-turned in her seat. If we screw this up, it won't affect only the two of us. It'll ripple through every one of the people closest to us. But that wasn't her biggest fear. We could lose our friendship forever.
Could you stop?
Quiet, intense, his tone demanded attention.
Walk away and go back to how we were.
Thea thought of the memos she'd saved in a private folder, of the thorn-laden red flowers she'd pressed in the pages of her day planner, of the smile that made her breath catch and her stomach flutter, and knew there was only one answer. No.
Then I guess we better not screw it up.
David reached over to touch his fingers to her jaw before turning his attention back to the road, the fleeting contact a sizzling brand against her skin.
You want to do anything special tonight? If you want to catch up with everyone, I bet they're in one of the hotel suites eating real food.
Thea laughed through the renewed crackle of nerves, the butterflies taking flight with a vengeance. Gerald and AJ serve their pretty but inedible canapes again? The older couple was flamboyant and hopelessly addicted to the spotlight, but they were also mad for one another.
I tried one of those bread things with little orange balls on it because it looked the most normal.
He shuddered.
After I nearly gagged, Abe told me they were some kind of special fish eggs. I say fish should be allowed to keep their eggs.
Her shoulders shook. David was so not a canapes kind of guy. You're hungry?
Yeah, you?
I could eat. But she didn't want to meet up with the others. Not tonight. This, what was happening between her and David, it was new and fragile and private. Did you book a suite? Let's go there. She hadn't made a hotel booking, having realized that there were only two possible outcomes once she stepped off the plane. One, she and David came face to face and decided they were making a huge mistake, in which case she'd have caught the next flight to LA. Two, they decided to continue on, in which case it would be pointless to have a room of her own, because if they were together, there would be sex. Weeks of delicious long-distance foreplay had left her a frustrated wreck. If David was feeling anywhere near the same, they'd spend most of their time together, naked. Chapter 7.
I have a place here, remember?
David said, breaking into her thoughts. I forgot. Probably because her brains were scrambled with a mix of nerves, lust, anticipation, and breathless hope. How are your parents?
I was thinking of going to see them tomorrow.
A glance from those golden brown eyes that kept tangling her up.
Want to come? We don't have to say anything about us. You know my folks like you.
Thea had met Mr. and Mrs. Rivera enough times to realize they were good people who loved their son. I don't know. She ran a hand through her hair before folding her arms and slumping in her seat. I don't want to lie to your parents.
My mother has maternal ESP.
It was said with open affection.
I'm sure she'll figure out every tiny detail, even if we don't say a word.
My mother calls you my young man, Thea said morosely. Next thing you know, she'll be inviting you to Bali for dinner and asking you if you intend to get a real job. David's chuckle was a warm caress over her skin.
Have passport, we'll travel.
Don't joke. She scowled at him. This is serious. David didn't respond until he'd brought the car to a halt in the underground parking garage of the building in the Bronx where he owned an apartment. Turning in his seat after undoing his seatbelt, he placed his arm along the back of her seat.
Your parents were hurt by the breakup with Eric?
Thea wanted to say yes, wanted to make this simple, but David deserved the truth. They were hurt for me. Eric hadn't made much of an effort to get to know her family, had insisted on staying in a hotel rather than with them the one time he and Thea had flown to Bali together. Back then, he'd still been a decent man in every other way, and she'd excused his demand as discomfort with a busy familial environment when he'd grown up an only child. She'd figured she'd ease him into it, but the visit had never been repeated. I don't want either my parents or yours being put into that position, especially since we'll all inevitably come into contact again because of my work with schoolboy choir.
I don't intend to mess this up.
David tucked a wing of her hair behind her ear.
Do you?
Intentions don't always matter.
And starting out believing we're going to fail doesn't give us a fair shot.
He was right. She knew he was right. That didn't make it any easier to jump off the precipice and trust he'd catch her, that he wouldn't watch her fall and bleed. When you suffer such a big hurt, the longer you permit it to live in you, the bigger it grows until it seeks to devour your soul. Her mother's words rang in Thea's mind, wise and smart, and a reminder that if she didn't step forward, she'd be stuck forever in the past. "I'll go with you to your folks," she said, her chest painful with a raw surge of emotion. "If your mom or your dad figure it out, then they figure it out, but this time I'll go as your friend." Holding his gaze, she said, Next time I'll walk in as your lover, okay?" Unspoken was her hope that there would be a next time.
Okay,
David said, his expression tender and his presence so stable that it made the entire world stop spinning so she could catch a breath. David's heart was thumping like a racehorse's by the time he showed Thea into his apartment on the 7th floor. It occupied a quarter of the floor, the other 3 apartments on this level owned by business types he rarely saw. That had been part of the attraction. The building was in the borough he loved, but nowhere near the hot areas of it. The majority of its residents, suits who were more focused on work than on their neighbors. Putting Thea's bag in the spare bedroom, he wasn't about to screw up the most important thing in his life by making assumptions that could blow up in his face. He returned to the living area to find she'd taken off her jacket, kicked off her heels, and was stretching out the kinks. As he watched her raise up her arms, arch her back with feminine ease, he tried to see this place through her eyes. The exterior of the building was clad in warm sienna-colored stone, the windows huge curved arches that spilled light onto the polished wood of the floors during the day. Right now, they showcased a sparkling cityscape, New York a lady dressed in her diamonds and ready for a night out. The kitchen area was raised up a step and to the right of the windows, while the sunken living area was dominated by a large flat screen and a U-shaped 3-piece sofa set in deep cream. The jewel-toned cushions on it were courtesy of his mother. His drum kit, the one he used while in the city, was situated to the left of the sofa, the apartment's cutting-edge soundproofing another big part of the reason he'd bought the place. An acoustic guitar lay on the sofa itself, and Noah had left behind his jacket when he dropped by earlier today. It was thrown over one of the sofa arms. Overall, the room was pretty bare. "The light from the windows must be amazing in the daytime," Thea said at that instant, running her fingers along the back of the sofa.
"You'll look beautiful in it."
He was so fucking happy to have her in his space, to finally have the right to show her how he would love her, cherish her. All he'd needed was a chance, and this was it. He wouldn't fuck it up.
"Like you do now."
Shooting him a startled look, Thea smiled slowly. "That's smoother than I'm used to from you." Damn it, he could feel heat crawling up his neck.
"Yeah, my moves are legendary."
"I like your moves." Thea shifted on her heel to walk toward him. Lean and toned, her every move graceful, she truly was the most stunning woman he'd ever seen, and that was before you got to her brain. Thea's smarts catapulted her into a whole other category. Halting in front of him, she met his eyes with the burnished brown of her own. He should have been civilized, should have offered her food, drink, but despite his admonitions to himself to not screw this up, what he did was wrap his hands around her waist and haul her against him, his brain short-circuited by a need that had been growing and growing and growing. When Thea's breath escaped her in a gasp, her breasts crushed against his chest, he took the opportunity to close his mouth over hers, the taste of her a red-hot shock to his system. She didn't protest. No, she kissed him back. And fuck, he was losing his mind. Spreading the fingers of one hand across her lower back, he thrust his other one into the liquid silk of her hair and laved his tongue along hers. Her faint shiver made his cock throb. Sucking on her tongue, he rubbed up against her while a faint voice yelled at him to back the hell off. Then Thea's own hands clenched tight in his hair, her body moving sinuously against his in a way that was lusciously female, and the voice died to a staggered silence. She wanted him. He broke the kiss only long enough to suck in a breath, then slanted his mouth over hers again, thrusting his tongue into the wet heat of her in a deep and hard and fast rhythm. It was exactly how he wanted to thrust inside her pussy. He couldn't go slow, not when he'd been hungry for her for so long, and not when she was responding as if she felt the same wild hunger. For him. The woman of his dreams was kissing him back like she wanted to ride him to oblivion and back. His mind a storm of lust and need and passion, he moved his hand from her back to close it over the taut flesh of her right breast. She jerked. "Shit, sorry." He dropped his hand, broke the kiss to press his forehead to hers, his chest heaving. "I didn't mean to maul you, Thea grabbed his hand, put it back where it had been. "I didn't say stop," she said, and kissed him again, hot and demanding. What little control he'd managed to regain snapped like an overstretched rubber band. Groaning into the kiss, he rubbed his thumb over the stiff point of her nipple, able to feel it through her top and the bra she wore underneath. It wasn't enough. Dropping both hands to the bottom of her top, he tugged it up. "Windows," she gasped. "Reflective film?" At least one of them was thinking. "I don't know." Walking backward and taking her with him, he managed to get them into the bedroom. "Close blinds," he said, and the slats slid smoothly shut, enclosing them in dark privacy. "Lights," he ordered, having no intention of missing out on even an instant of his first time with Thea. "Fancy." Thea tore off her top, and then they were kissing again, his hands on the supple warmth of her back. He wanted to taste her honeyed skin, wanted to suck on her nipples, wanted to slide his fingers inside her, wanted to lick her to orgasm. He was a greedy bastard, and he wanted everything. Shoving up her bra, he closed his hand over one pert breast. Thea moaned. "Sorry, not much there." He had no idea what she was talking about. Bending his head, he sucked her nipple and part of her breast into his mouth. She cried out, her spine arching under his hands. Sensitive, he thought. So sweetly sensitive. Scraping his teeth over her to her shiver, he replaced his mouth with his hand only so he could taste her other breast. She tasted so good, felt so good, his cock was about to break in half. "David!" Clawing at his back, she tugged up his shirt. Naked, he thought. Yes, naked was good. Ripping his shirt when he tore it over his head instead of unbuttoning it, he hauled her back against him and realized she'd taken off her bra. The wet tips of her breasts met his chest, and if it had been good before... "You are so fucking hot." He took her mouth again before she could answer. Her butt was firm under his grip, their kisses ravenous. They fell onto the bed, locked together. Half on, half off the bed, with Thea's slender body pinned under him, he found a scrap of brain power. "Too heavy?" She pulled him back down in a silent answer that was fine with him. His cock pushing into the juncture of her thighs, he ground into her. "David!" Thea's back came off the sheets, her pupils so dilated he could barely see her irises. David kissed her neck, one hand on the sensitive flesh of her right breast. Squeezing the exquisitely shaped mound, he almost came when she gave a little scream and rose up against him. Barely able to keep it together, He reached for the button on her jeans, managed to get it open between increasingly frantic kisses, lowered her zipper. It took considerable willpower to force himself off her, but the idea of having her nude beneath him was a no-fail incentive. Kissing the concave plane of her stomach, he gripped the waistband of her jeans and pulled. She lifted up her hips to help him, and the denim was on the floor seconds later. Oh, fuck. She was wearing pink panties, 2 bits of lace with string on the sides. David? Dropping to his knees between her thighs, he pulled her to him with a grip under her thighs and licked her through her panties. She was so wet, the lace was already sticking to her. His tongue turned the material transparent, made a strangled cry escape her throat, her thighs quivering in his hold. Oh, fuck, he said again when he realized she was totally bare down there. Hooking his fingers in the sides of her panties, he tugged them down, got halfway, and had to lean forward to kiss the plump folds between her thighs, his hands keeping her spread for his greedy licks. Thea screamed his name again, and something exploded in his brain. Ripping off the panties with one hand as he continued to kiss and suck at her, the taste of her an addiction, he tore at the fly of his jeans. It was the crackle of the gum wrapper he'd thrust in his pocket earlier that day that reminded him he couldn't just shove into her. He didn't have that right. Sucking hard on her clit, he slid a finger into her. She came against his mouth, thighs rigid. Yes, Thea, just like that, he said, voice hoarse, and licked her through it, the taste of her tart and erotic. Only getting to his feet when she went limp, he somehow got himself to the bedside drawer and grabbed protection. His cock pounding hot and thick with his heartbeat, he kicked off his boots and socks as he got between her legs again, shoved down his jeans and underwear, then kicked them aside. Thea watched him with heavy-lidded eyes, her lips swollen from their kisses, her nipples a luscious brown and tightly furled. She sank her teeth into her lower lip when he began to put on the condom, moving her pelvis in a rolling motion that had him a second from coming. It was all the invitation he needed. Grabbing her under her thighs, he pulled her up toward him and thrust into her in a single, powerful stroke. Thea had just had the hardest orgasm of her life, didn't think anything could top it. Then David slammed into her, and her nerve endings sizzled to electric life. His cock felt even thicker than it looked, until she wasn't certain her body could handle it. When he drew back, scraping against her sensitized tissues, a shuddering scream rippled out of her. It had nothing to do with pain, everything to do with pure pleasure. Unable to grab him with her hands in this position, she wrapped her legs around him and, hands fisted in the sheets, lifted her lower body up toward him. His hands squeezed her thighs where he held her, his shoulders rigid with muscle, his biceps defined and his jaw clenched as he thrust back in. Oh, but it felt good, then pulled out again. Thea tried to follow him, cried out in frustration when he pulled out all the way. He pounded back in a heartbeat later, and this time there was no rhythm. It was hard, deep, on the edge of brutal, and it was perfect. Yes, 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 she said, the single word, a mantra that cut off only when he braced his hands on the bed on either side of her and bent down to kiss her without ever stopping the way he was fucking her. Thea! A harsh groan, his body going stiff over her. He thrust one last time, and that was it. The orgasm blindsided her, spots dancing in front of her eyes. Chapter 8. David wasn't sure he was still alive. Pulling out of Thea, her moan husky, he staggered to the bathroom and got rid of the condom. When he came back into the bedroom, it was to see Thea hadn't moved from the position in which he'd left her, her thighs spread and her legs hanging over the edge of the bed. His recently satisfied cock twitched. Lifting her body against his chest with arms that trembled, he placed her fully on the bed, then came down on top of her. He claimed a kiss that she reciprocated lazily. Then he nuzzled her throat, went to pat her breast. She closed her hand over his wrist when he squeezed. easing his hold at the silent indication that it was too much after her orgasm. He ran his mouth back up to hers and nibbled on her lower lip before shifting to lie on his side beside her, one leg thrown over hers. Yeah, it was possessive. He didn't care.
"You're noisy in bed."
He pressed his lips to her shoulder.
"I like it."
There was no guessing. She told him exactly what she liked, and he found that erotic enough to scramble his brain. Weaving her fingers into his hair, she said, "I've never been that loud." Her tone held a tinge of shock. "David, I think you blew my circuits." He grinned.
"Good, because I don't have any circuits left."
Sliding his hand lightly over her breast and down her stomach to cup her gently between the thighs, he braced himself on one elbow and bent down to sip at her lips in teasing little kisses. She closed her thighs around his hand. Feeling the aftershocks that rippled through her, he stroked her core with a finger while continuing to cup her. Her arms came around him, her body undulating against him. "This is ludicrous," she said breathlessly. "I can't come again." David chuckled and continued to kiss her, hold her, pet her. She did come again. It was quieter this time, softer and just as stunning. Watching her as the pleasure took her under, he felt his heart ache. She was so lovely, and she'd given him the right to put his hands on her. Kissing her as the final tremors faded from her skin, he removed his hand to curve it over her hip. Breath short and shallow, she turned toward him and slid her own thigh between his. "I think I'm done," fingers stroking down his chest. "For now." David ran one hand over her body, his other arm acting as his pillow, and just looked at her. Her skin was flushed and marked by his kisses and caresses. Her hair tumbled and her breasts reddened. She looked deliciously used and sated, and best of all, she looked like that in his bed.
"I really," he said 10 minutes of lazy quiet later, "want to do that again."
Thea drew a circle around one of his nipples, leaned in to lick over the flat disc. He groaned and turned onto his back. She came with him, her breasts rubbing over his chest as she kissed his throat, then his jaw, his mouth. "I could be persuaded." A wicked smile. "You know I like the gentleman of rock's dirty side." He loved her smile, loved that she was teasing him. Utterly gone for her, he palmed one of her bottom cheeks, squeezed the firm curve of it, and his stomach growled.
"Shit."
Her hair creating a soft, silky curtain around them, Thea laughed. "Time for some fuel?"
"Fuck fuel, I want you."
And he had her. Or she had him. A slender goddess, rising and falling on his cock in a slow rhythm that made his balls draw up tight and fresh perspiration break out over his skin. He gave in, allowed himself to be taken. He was hers after all. Thea sat on the kitchen counter dressed in one of David's Armani shirts. It was white, with fine blue pinstripes, and he'd put her in it, leaving most of the buttons undone. He was throwing together some pasta for them while she nibbled on trail mix and enjoyed looking at him in his low-slung jeans. Barefoot and shirtless, he was just yummy. And as she now knew, the man wasn't all talk. Holy hell, he was definitely no gentleman in bed. There, he was pure raw sex, and a sweet tenderness that made her feel cherished, even while they were doing the most carnal things. A silent sigh escaping her, she visually traced the lines of text running vertically down the back of his left shoulder. It was the first time she'd had a real look at his tats. Unlike the other guys, he never took off his t-shirt on stage, and had never agreed to do a magazine profile where he was shirtless. He'd been photographed shirtless while on the beach, of course, but like most paparazzi pictures, those images didn't have the level of intricate detail that would showcase his ink. At first, she figured his choice was smart brand management. As the man crowned the gentleman of rock, he had a unique place in the market. He was the first rocker Thea had had as a client, who'd been offered endorsement deals by luxury watch companies and designers who specialized in top-of-the-line shirts and suits. He rarely accepted those offers, though the one campaign he'd done had been through the roof successful. Everyone wanted to undress the sexy rock star who wore button-down shirts and turned up to events in finely tailored suits. The idea of what lay underneath drove women nuts. Now that Thea had seen, felt, what was underneath, she wanted to tell those women to eat their hearts out. The man was certifiably hot. He was also shy on a deeper level than even she had initially understood. His clothing choices had nothing to do with brand management. That was a happy accident. David just wasn't comfortable being half-naked in public. It was adorable and sexy at the same time. Thea was quite happy to keep this view her own private visual feast. "Do you all have that tat, the lines from your first hit song? I've seen Fox's and Noah's in photo layouts."
"Abe's is on his lower back," David told her. "Same side as mine."
When he turned toward her, she saw the other vertical lines she'd noticed in bed when he'd so magnificently thrust into her. Placed on the lower right of his abs, it was music, a beat she couldn't quite figure out. Not yet, anyway. He also had a small anchor inked on his left bicep. That one she knew about. It was in honor of his grandfather, who'd been a seaman all his life and had died in a fishing accident when David was 8. The final tattoo was a tribal design that circled his upper left thigh. It was covered by his jeans now, but she remembered the bold lines and curves of it. "Where did you get the thigh tattoo done?"
"New Zealand."
His eyes met hers, more brown than gold in this light.
"I had to do something to stop obsessing about when you'd reply to my memos."
There went those butterflies again. "I almost pulled out my mother's prized hybrids instead of weeds. I was so distracted by your memos." That made his smile deepen. Turning back to the stove, he stirred the sauce. Thea gave in to her need and, jumping off the counter, went and kissed his shoulder. "That sauce smells divine." The guys ribbed David about his skills in the kitchen, but they all pulled up a chair at the table any time he was cooking.
"My dad taught me this recipe," he said. "I used to make it to help him and my mom out when I could see work had exhausted them. Had to stand on a chair to reach the supplies. I was so fucking short."
His words were amused, but they made her heart twist. "You're a good man, David," she whispered. "A good son." A touch of color on his cheeks, he shrugged.
"They sacrificed a lot to make sure I grew up right. Had every chance. I promised myself that when I was a man, I'd make sure they never had to work that hard again."
With every word he spoke, he proved himself the man she'd always believed him to be, a man of honor and loyalty. The only thing she didn't know was if that extended to his woman. Thea wanted to trust him, but she'd known too many good men who treated their women differently. But she wanted to believe so much. Seated in David's car the next day, Thea felt deliciously used. David not only had serious moves, he had serious stamina. The man had kept her up most of the night, made her scream and beg, before he fucked her so hard she could still feel his cock inside her. The tactile memory made muscles low in her body twinge as, toes curling, she took in his dark blue shirt and black pants. "I just want to unbutton you," she said, "and unzip you so I can suck on you." She hadn't gotten around to feasting on him because David kept distracting her with the sinful things he was doing to her body. The way he touched her, the way he looked at her, she'd never felt so beautiful, so desirable, so heartbreakingly cherished.
"We're not turning around," he said on a groan. "My parents are expecting us for lunch."
Passion doused and stomach in knots, the butterflies sulking, she slumped back in her seat and fussed with the red and gold silk scarf she'd paired with jeans and a simple but pretty white top, over which she'd thrown her jacket. "Next time, don't give me a love bite if we're planning to see your folks," she muttered in an effort to fight her nerves. "Or mine."
"I like nibbling on you."
He squeezed her thigh.
"Hey, it'll be fun."
She put her hand over his. "It's the guilt," she said. "I'm not used to lying to my parents, and I don't want to start out by lying to yours." Yet all the reasons why she didn't want to drag either family into this fledgling relationship remained.
"We won't lie," David said. "My folks will make up their own minds about who you are to me."
His eyes locked with hers.
"I think it's pretty damn obvious."
"Light screen," she said huskily, fighting the urge to crawl into his lap and kiss him. As it was, she squeezed his hand to bruising tightness as they walked down the hallway to his parents' large apartment. "What if they don't like me?" she suddenly blurted out. They already love you. He squeezed her hand back. Why are you so nervous? Because you matter more than any man has ever mattered. Part of Thea kept waiting for something to go horribly wrong. We're here, she said, and knocked on the door before she chickened out. It was pulled open a few seconds later by Mrs. Rivera. Dark-eyed and dark-haired and as petite as Thea's own mom, the other woman took one look at them and, crying out in open glee, hugged Thea, then kissed David on both cheeks. "At last you bring home a girl," she said, her hands on either side of his face as he bent toward her. "And you bring home my favorite girl of all." David laughed.
Thea was nervous he wouldn't like her.
"David!" Thea elbowed him. Beaming, Mrs. Rivera released his face and took Thea's hand. "Come inside." The vibrant yellow of her dress swirled around her knees. "His pa's just taking the rolls out of the oven. Vicente!" Mr. Rivera came out of the kitchen, a big, solid man with salt and pepper hair and David's eyes.
"There you are,"
he said, as if Thea had just popped out for a minute. She was engulfed in his embrace, an instant later, his scent holding echoes of cinnamon and other spices, the way he held her so reminiscent of her father's hugs that her remaining nerves faded. "Thanks for having me to lunch," she said to them both afterward. "Pfft!" Mrs. Rivera flicked a dish towel at her, having had it hanging over her shoulder. "Come into the kitchen with me. We'll leave David and Vicente to talk." Walking into the spacious room painted in warm cream tones with accents of deep autumnal orange, Thea said, "What can I do to help?" "Nothing. Just stay here and talk to me." Mrs. Rivera stirred something on the stove. "David's favorite chili?" Her eyes twinkled. "So, you finally took notice of my boy?" Skin flushing, Thea leaned back against the counter, hands braced on it. "I always noticed him," she admitted. "I just wasn't in the right place to do anything about it."
"Ah, the other one, hmm?"
Alicia Rivera shook her head and went over to toss a bowl of salad sitting farther down the counter that held the tempered black glass of the built-in stovetop.
"I had one like him before David's father. I still haven't forgiven Vicente for not finding me first, but he says I had to go through the other one so I'd appreciate him."
Thea felt her lips curve. "David is wonderful." Then, because Mrs. Rivera reminded her so much of her own mom, said, "For us, it'll be about surviving the world around us." The other woman's expression grew solemn.
"Yes, always people poking and prodding and prying."
Switching off the stove, she walked over to Thea and took her face in her hands, her palms warm and soft.
"This is good. What I see in your eyes when you look at David, what I see in his when he looks at you. Fight for it."
Throat thick, Thea nodded. "I will," with every breath she had. Mrs. Rivera drew her down to press a kiss to her forehead.
"Come on, Thea, let's get this food out."
Conversation flowed so comfortably throughout the simple, delicious lunch that Thea stopped watching her tongue, stopped thinking about the right things to say, and just said what came naturally.
"You know this boy?"
Vicente Rivera pointed at David with part of a bread roll.
"You know what he did when he was 18?
"Dad," David groaned.
"Thea doesn't need to know about that."
Yes, I do," Thea said, laughing at David's quelling look.
"Here, Thea."
Mrs. Rivera put more chili in her bowl.
"Eat it. It's good for you."
Smiling, Thea accepted the maternal order. "Thank you."
"So,"
Vicente Rivera said, one arm on the back of his wife's chair.
"He comes home on vacation partway through his senior year, and he shows me all these scholarship forms and brochures from fancy colleges. He tells me his grades are in the top percentage of his class and that he's already started taking the test to get into a good school. He's going to become a lawyer. Make us proud."
"A lawyer?" Chilly forgotten, Thea turned to David. "You never said you wanted to become a lawyer."
"That's because he didn't want to,"
Mrs. Rivera interjected with an affectionate shake of her head while David bit off a roll.
"He thought that was what we wanted, that he should become a big professional man, have a nice car, a nice house."
And Thea thought, so he could give those things to his parents. His eyes met hers then, a touch of color on his cheekbones, and she knew he was embarrassed by the story, but she was glad to know it. glad to see another glimpse into this gorgeous, honorable man. Reaching out, she entwined her fingers with his before turning to face his parents once more. What happened? Vicente Rivera was the one who answered.
I dragged him up to the rooftop storage space where we stored his old drum kit, and I said, "Okay, let's go take this to the dump."
The older man shook his head.
I got that drum kit real cheap after I did a small construction job for a deli owner whose son didn't want it anymore, and David, he loved it.
David rubbed his face, then smiled.
I did, he admitted. We kept it in the rooftop shed so I could haul it out onto the roof and practice without the neighbors getting mad. I almost cried when he told me he was taking it to the dump. And still he agreed.
Vicente threw up his arms.
First time in my life I've been so angry with one of my children. I told him, your music is in your blood. You think we want this? For you to live a life you don't want? We didn't fight to bring you up right so you could throw your dreams away.
Thea's eyes burned at the love in Vicente's words, in Mrs. Rivera's expression. You clearly got through, she said, unable to imagine David without his music. The passion on his face when he picked up the sticks, when he created the rhythm that held an entire song together, it was electric to witness.
Of course we did, Mrs. Rivera said. He's always been too responsible, David. You'll have to watch that. Mom, David glared. You'll be pulling out baby photos next.
Mrs. Rivera's eyes lit up.
Oh, you must see Thea. He was the sweetest baby.
Chapter 9. By the time David and Thea left an hour and a half later, David was even more in love with Thea than he had been before. She treated his folks with warmth and affection, fitting seamlessly into his family like a missing puzzle piece. He could only hope he'd do the same when she trusted him with her own family. You realize, she said, I now have enough blackmail material for eternity.
I'm burning those photos next time I go home.
Thea's laughter wrapped him in 1,000 silken chains he didn't want to escape. I've heard the four of you talk about what it was like to be flat broke when schoolboy choir first started out, she said, but I never considered how tough that decision must have been for you. That was because David didn't discuss it. It was too private. But this was Thea, who could ask him anything she damn well wished.
Fox, Abe, Noah, they were all getting ready to hit the road and start gigging after we graduated.
Noah had been ready to say fuck it to school by the time he was 16, had stayed on only because the rest of them refused to quit for reasons of their own.
I wanted to go with them to the point where I was dreaming of it,
David told Thea.
And the guys, they wouldn't even discuss recruiting another drummer, despite the fact I made it clear I was carrying on to college.
Chest tight with the memories, he focused on carefully following a detour for the next couple of minutes.
Then my folks stepped in.
Thea touched his arm. You're deeply loved.
I know.
It was a gift he never took for granted, not after having seen the loneliness and isolation of Fox's and Noah's lives when it came to family.
But I love them too. I could never follow my dream if it meant watching my parents work their fingers to the bone till the day they died. It would have killed me.
Thea's hair slid silkily across her shoulders as she nodded. There's something your parents don't know, isn't there?
Yeah.
Coming to a stop at the light, he glanced at her.
I gave myself a 1-year time limit to make it. Not fame, nothing like that. I just wanted schoolboy choir in a position where we were gigging steadily, earning an income. If that didn't happen, I was going to go to college, get myself a career.
Did you tell the other guys?
Yeah.
He'd never lied to his friends.
And the fuckers shrugged and said they'd just move to whichever college town I chose and drag me out to gigs on the weekends.
Laughing, he continued down the road.
You know that wedding story?
The one about how the four of you once played 6 weekend weddings in a row?
Yeah.
To the public, the fact schoolboy choir had once had to earn rent money by doing covers of romantic ballads was an amusing anecdote in their history. To David, it was one of the defining times of his life.
We didn't need those gigs for rent money,
he said, driving into the parking garage under his building and into his spot.
We were scraping by on other jobs, making enough so we could take whatever gigs might get us some exposure.
Thea's face was shadowed in the dim light inside the garage when he looked at her, but he could feel the intent concentration of her gaze. Was the money for your folks?
My dad broke his arm.
he told her, undoing his seatbelt so he could face her.
My brothers were still only young, and even with my mom taking extra shifts, it would have been impossible for them to make ends meet.
David had known what he had to do.
I was going to come back to New York, find work here so I could help out. But Noah went out one day all clean and shiny and polished, and came back having secured us the first wedding.
Thea had never guessed at any of this, neither had the world. Noah? She liked the guitarist, but he didn't give off the vibe that he could be counted on in a crunch.
Don't let his I don't give a shit attitude fool you, Thea. Noah would kill for the people he loves.
That was what made it so damn frustrating that none of them could seem to do anything to help the other man in turn.
The thing was, he and Abe, they both had trust funds, but they knew I'd never take their money.
It was a pledge the four of them had made as teenagers, that money would never come between them, that they'd always be equal, no matter if Fox and David didn't have a nickel to their own names.
But if we earned it together, then I could accept it as a loan from the group.
It had been a fine distinction, but one that mattered. A man could accept a favor from a friend when they were both on the same playing field. 3 months later, when David paid the money back after an extended club run that had seen schoolboy choir earning a livable income for the first time, most of it had gone to replace Abe's damaged keyboard. It had been their money, earned as a group and shared as needed. "Noah's the prettiest," Thea said slowly. "Put him in clean-pressed clothing, comb his hair, block his tendency to swear a blue streak and that sharp, biting wit of his, and you'd think he'd stepped right out of a film catalog for handsome, charming, elegant male."
Perfect wedding singer, right?
David's shoulders shook.
He told us he sang a ballad for his audition with the wedding firm, and they signed him and the band up on the spot. It probably helped that the manager of the company was female.
Noah could charm women from age 0 to 100. Wait! Thea's eyes grew bright. It was Noah who was the lead singer?
Can you imagine Fox's voice at a wedding?
I see your point. Schoolboy choir's lead singer had a growl of a tone that was perfect for rock, but that would have likely seduced the bride right out of her panties, it was so roughly sexual.
Noah can mimic other singers. He used to make us piss ourselves with laughter in school when he pulled out that trick.
David told her.
I don't know who he was channeling the wedding weekends, but let's just say we were suddenly hot property on the wedding circuit.
Eyes warm, David played his fingers through her hair.
I already knew they were my best friends, but that's when I knew I couldn't abandon them in our dream, that whatever happened, we'd figure out a way through it.
So much history tied the four men together, she thought. So much loyalty. And you have. You've stuck together through everything. Fame, booze, drugs, women, none of it had torn them apart. David reached out to cradle her jaw.
I can stick with you too, Thea,
he said, his voice compelling and strong and potent with emotion. Just give me a shot. That night, Thea watched David sleep and accepted that he could hurt her more than Eric ever had. She'd cared for Eric, but though they'd suited each other in many ways, there had been no visceral tug, no emotion so deep that it terrified. But it hadn't been a cynical choice on her part to be with him. On the contrary, it had been one driven by her heart. Thea had believed the fireworks would come. Her parents, the most in-love couple she knew, had only met once before deciding to marry. At the time, Lily had been an unmarried single mother living in a conservative, traditional village. She couldn't financially afford to go to a bigger city, and she'd needed the emotional support of Thea's grandparents, with whom Lily and Thea had lived. The circumstances had meant her marriage prospects were dim at best. So when Lily was introduced to a young man from another village, a man who wanted a family, but who had similarly dim prospects because of a partially paralyzed left arm, the result of a childhood accident, she hadn't hesitated to say yes to a proposal. I could see in his eyes that he was gentle and kind, Lily had once told Thea. I desperately needed kindness at that time of my life. Tears in her eyes, she'd smiled. Even more, I needed a man who would love you and treat you with care. And on the day Wayan came to ask for my hand, he was waiting in my parents' garden when you snuck outside. Lily's smile had grown deeper, her voice softer. He didn't know I was watching as he dusted you off after you fell, then held you in his lap and told you stories. I knew I would marry him then, honor him, but I didn't know I would love him until 6 months later when he laughed while digging my first garden for me and said no one ever told him marriage involved such physical labor." Thea could still remember the blinding love in her mother's eyes as she said, "I looked at him and I thought, why have I never noticed how handsome my husband is when he laughs, this strong, loyal, kind man who loves me?" Lily had wiped away a tear. "He told me 2 weeks after our wedding that he'd fallen for me a month before we officially met, when he'd seen me laughing and playing with you outside your grandparents' house. He said he felt he'd won the lottery with our marriage." Thea smiled at the memory of the mischief in her mother's expression during this part of the story. "That day in the garden," Lily had said, "was the first time I was ever forward with your father. Let's just say he did another kind of physical labor on that half-dug garden patch. I don't think I've ever seen a man so happily surprised." Delight in her laughter. "Love has many guises, Thea. Sometimes it's a stroke of lightning, as it was for your father. Other times a slow-building storm, as it was for me. But the one thing that never changes is that it must be nurtured. You can't kick a heart and expect it not to flinch." This, Thea admitted, unable to resist brushing her fingers over David's stubbled jaw, was lightning. She hadn't permitted herself to notice it when they'd first met, had convinced herself he was simply one of those people who would end up a lifelong friend. They'd had such an instant and strong connection. Now, on this night when New York slept beyond the windows, she felt a single tear slide down her cheek. "Don't kick my heart, David," she whispered, knowing whatever Eric had done to her, David could do far worse. With Eric, the storm had never had a chance to build. With David, it was a wildness in her heart.
"Thea?"
A mumble of sound, David's lashes rising. She kissed him, halting the questions he might have asked, hiding the vulnerability that pulsed in her. As his arms came around her, his body warm and strong, his scent dark and male, she repeated her plea, this time in silence. "Please don't kick my heart, David." David tasted wet salt in Thea's kiss, and the sign of pain snapped awake his drowsy mind. But it was immediately obvious that Thea didn't want to talk, her skin silken against his as she poured herself into the kiss. It wasn't in David's nature to ignore the hurt of the people who mattered to him, but he decided that tonight he would speak to Thea not in words, but in actions. Shifting so he was braced over her, he cupped her jaw and kissed her slow, gentle, with all the love that had been building inside him since the day they met. She was it for him. Today, tomorrow, every day to come. And tonight, his Thea needed tenderness, and he would give it to her, though his cock raged as it always did at her proximity, shoving against her. "Damn it," he muttered at the feel of her warm dampness, his spine going rigid. "It'd be easier to keep a handle on myself if we weren't nearly the same height." A startled-sounding chuckle, no tears evident in her voice. "I like that we're so close in height." Arms wrapping around his neck, she spread her thighs for him while nibbling on his lips. "Everything's so intimate when I can always see your eyes, feel your breath." Able to make out her face even in the darkness since they were so close, he rubbed his cock against her, watched the pleasure roll over her. Eyes heavy-lidded, she said, "Come in me."
"I was going for slow."
He kissed his way down her throat, one of his hands on a pert, sensitive breast. "Slow sounds good, but with you in me." Raising her hips, she acted the temptress, her voice a coaxing whisper. "David." Shit, he was so fucking useless at denying her. Squeezing her breast, he grabbed protection from the bedside drawer and sheathed himself while Thea kissed and petted and drove him crazy. Her moan was deep when he pushed into the scalding heat of her, her spine arching in a graceful curve. Sweat breaking out over his skin, he gritted his teeth and bent his head to pay homage to the breast he didn't have in his hand. He knew exactly how responsive she was to caresses on that part of her body. Instead of sucking hard, he licked out his tongue over her nipple, blew on it. She shuddered, the heel of one elegant foot running over his ass and the back of his thigh as she curled into him.
"How can you be that flexible?"
he said, taking small bites of her breast between each word. Her body shook, the laughter in her voice making his lips curve. "Yoga, want to do it with me?"
If by doing it with you, you mean me sitting there watching your tights and sports bra-clad body contort itself into impossible positions, sign me up.
He switched breasts, luxuriated in her breathy, "Your mouth should be illegal." David had never been that confident when it came to women, but he was beginning to be very confident when it came to Thea. She hid none of her reactions from him, made him feel like a sex god.
Fuck!
It was torn out of him as her body rippled on his cock, tight internal muscles clamping down. Thea bit his jaw, kissed his throat. "Your fault. You sucked my nipple and did that thing with your tongue." Pulling out and pushing back into her in 2 short, shallow thrusts, he somehow managed to take hold of the reins again, keep from coming then and there.
Are you planning on doing yoga tomorrow morning?
Her eyes shone at him in the dark. "I brought my workout clothes." Weaving her fingers in his hair, she tugged him down, a sinful, gorgeous smile on her lips. "Now come here and let me show you just how flexible I can get." There was kissing, there were whispers, there was more laughter. Their bodies slid against one another, warm and a little damp with sweat, her fingers in his hair and her nails scratching his back. Shoving one hand under her, he cupped the toned curve of her ass, angling it to take him deeper. Her cry shattered the night, her kiss shattered him, and then his brain stopped working. There was just Thea, the woman he loved, and the soft cocoon of darkness that was the bedroom. The outside world held at bay. Part 2. Chapter 10. A month after New York, and Thea's mood sparkled as bright as champagne. David was now officially on tour with Schoolboy Choir and had been for the past 3 days, and rather than feeling jealous or worried about what he was getting up to with the groupies while she held the fort in Los Angeles, she was stupid with happiness. He called every single day, frequently more than once, often just to talk about something funny he'd seen or heard that he wanted to share with her. Their conversations weren't long during the day, and sometimes he'd message her instead, but it made the distance disappear. Each time she saw his name on her phone, she felt a smile crack her face. At first, Thea had hesitated to contact him in that sweet, wonderful way in return, not wanting to appear needy and vulnerable. But then she'd remembered something her mom had said back when Thea was a teenager. "A relationship can't thrive without flowers, Thea." She hadn't really understood then, had thought her mother was talking about physical bouquets. Now she knew different, and she knew the flowers had to come from both sides. So she began to send David pictures of the ridiculous things she often saw around Beverly Hills and Hollywood, like the cat on a leash wearing a cowboy hat and miniature cowboy boots, and the G-string and demi-bra-clad protester holding a placard in front of a lingerie shop. That placard decried the objectification of women. Except the protester kept happily posing for photos with male tourists, whose Hawaiian shirts might as well have been covered in drool.
"I say she's trying out for a reality television show,"
was David's return message.
"Bet you $5 and an hour of naked yoga."
"Sucker bet, she already gave me her business card." A day later, she returned home to find that a chubby-cheeked pink teddy bear had been delivered to her place. According to the handwritten note inside the shipping box, David had won it at one of those claw machines where the player puts in a quarter or two and then tries to get the claw to pick up the prizes inside.
"I ducked into an arcade instead of a bar during my walk this time," he'd added. "Winning this for you felt way better than breaking up a bar. No black eyes or bruised ribs, just a gift for my girl."
Heart a pile of goo, she hugged the silly romantic bear. And if she decided to keep it on her bed while David was away, there was no one around to tell her it was a weird thing for a grown woman to do. Not that she'd have cared if her friends did tease her. She was too happy. The following day she called him from the grocery store. "It's my turn to make dinner for the book club. Teach me something I can't mess up." He laughed and told her what to buy for a no-fail potato dish. The conversation, the growing connection between them, it was easy, happy, scary. Her heart ached being away from him. Until he hit the road, they hadn't spent a night apart since New York. But the ache was a tender, beautiful one, and it paradoxically brought them closer. Because this was the first time their relationship had been tested, and they were coming through with flying colors. Even when Abe almost drank himself into a coma 6 days into the tour and ended up in hospital, their bond didn't falter. She did her job managing the media while David did his, keeping the band together. He was furious, but he refused to allow schoolboy choir to splinter, and the scary thing in her heart grew even bigger and more powerful in the face of his unflinching love and loyalty.
"I am so pissed off," he said to her after Abe woke up, "but I will not let this destroy us."
Having already ascertained that Abe would be fine, though his mood was apparently belligerent and aggressive, Thea focused on David. "I've never heard you this angry."
"It's like he doesn't give a shit,"
David said.
"Everything we've been through together, and he couldn't fucking knock on my door and say he was spiraling down?"
Raw anger.
"Hell, he wouldn't have even had to speak. He could have just turned up and I'd have got it. Instead, he'd rather fuck himself up to the point where he might push us to the breaking point."
But schoolboy choir didn't break, and Thea knew David had a lot to do with that. Furious or not, he managed to rein in his anger enough to ameliorate the tension. Fox, Noah, and Abe all had red-hot tempers. Left alone, Thea had no idea what the three men would have said or done, but she knew it wouldn't have been good. When she spoke to Molly a few days later, following Abe's release from the hospital, her sister told her the atmosphere remained edgy. "They're continuing to make amazing music together," Molly said, "but it's going to take time for things to get back to normal." A small pause, hope in Molly's tone as she added, "Angry or not, they're family to one another. We'll figure things out." "Yes." Thea tapped a pen on her desk. "At least the media interest has died down." With the agreement of the band, she'd allowed reporters to assume Abe's hospitalization had resulted from drugs. His problems with cocaine were well documented and no longer newsworthy past a single cycle. "How are you handling all this?" she asked Molly, thinking of the way Molly's parents had died and the ugly events that had preceded their deaths. Her sister was already having a tough time navigating a relationship in the glare of fame. This horrible reminder of a past that continued to cause her deep pain was the last thing she needed. "Better than I thought I would," Molly said. "Fox has been flat-out wonderful." Voice husky, her sister spoke again before Thea could reply. "What about you and David?" Thea stopped tapping her pen, embers heating in her stomach. "He makes me so happy, Molly." Blowing out a breath, she admitted the rest. "It's terrifying." "I get that," Molly said softly, and her words held the perceptiveness of a woman who felt the same fear-entangled happiness. "But he adores you, you know." Thea's voice was a rasp when she replied, "I know." It made her breathless to think of the emotion in David's eyes when he looked at her. "And I'm starting to believe it might last." Because her trust in him, it kept intensifying, kept becoming stronger. Knowing how stressed he'd been with the Abe situation, she arranged for hot room service to be waiting for him after the next concert, the dishes his favorites. He video-called her the minute after he walked into his hotel suite, an adorably astonished look on his face.
"Thea, you did this?"
Sitting in bed with the teddy bear beside her, Thea blew him a kiss. "Eat before it gets cold." She kept him company while he did so, their conversation effortless. Then one day she called him after a bad day at work. It was instinct to think of talking to him, and she was so used to sharing her day with him by that point. It wasn't until he picked up that she realized this wasn't going to be a happy, easy conversation. But it spilled out anyway, everything she'd been holding inside all day. David didn't tell her to stop obsessing over work, didn't switch off. He listened, agreed with her that the man she'd been dealing with was an asshole. Really, that's all she'd needed. And the next day, her drummer sent her flowers. Unique and wild and with thorns. Thea smiled each time she saw those flowers, and in a moment of mischief had a bouquet of lush, fragrant peonies in baby pink delivered to the next hotel on the tour schedule. They were waiting for him when the band checked in.
"The guys are giving me hell," he told her on the phone. "I told them they're just jealous they don't have a woman who sends them flowers."
Thea laughed and thought of the flight she was taking tomorrow. "I can't wait to see you." It still took her conscious courage to say things like that to him, but his responses always made it worth it. Like now.
"The others will never let me live it down if this gets out," he said, "but I've been marking off the days on this little pocket calendar I carry around."
He devoured her when she arrived. She did the same to him. Their physical connection just grew hotter the more they learned about one another's bodies, but it was the emotional tie that made Thea feel as if she were walking on air. She was beginning to believe they might just make it, even in the hothouse atmosphere of a rock star's life. On that thought, she slipped on her heels several hours after she arrived, then walked out of the bedroom to find David finishing off a phone conversation with one of his brothers. Schoolboy choir had performed in front of a sold-out stadium crowd the previous night and had tonight off. David and Thea had spent most of the previous 4 hours in bed. She loved sex with him, but what she loved even more was being snuggled up to him while they spoke, their eyes connected and their bodies tangled.
Jesus,
he said after hanging up.
You're going to give everyone a heart attack in that dress.
Thea twirled for him, the sparkling little dress in midnight blue having a deep V in the back in contrast to the prudishly modest neckline in front. Long-sleeved but ending only a few inches south of her butt, it was sexy and elegant at the same time. She'd paired it with skyscraper heels and black patent leather and left her hair down because she knew how much David loved playing with it. Her nipples peaked at the thought of his fingers on her scalp, his mouth trailing along her neck. "You're looking good enough to eat yourself." She smoothed her hands over the lapels of the black jacket he wore over a black shirt and black pants. "I want to say yum and take a bite out of you." Cheeks creasing, he ran his hand down to her ass, fondled lazily as they kissed. She'd deliberately not put on her lipstick, wanting his mouth. Banging on the door.
"Hurry up, David,"
Noah called from the other side.
"I don't want to be late for this."
David narrowed his eyes.
He did that on purpose.
Laughing, Thea stole another small kiss before quickly slicking on her lipstick. "They've been impossibly well-behaved, you know. No one's hassled either one of us." In fact, the other members of the band were doing a stellar job of pretending they'd noticed nothing at all. Difficult, given that she was sharing a room with David during this visit, but she had to give them credit for trying.
"They know how important this is,"
David said, his expression solemn and his heart right there in his eyes for her to see.
"How important you are."
"David." Sinking into his kiss, into him once more, she whispered, "You wanted to see this performance." Noah had scored them tickets to an intimate show by another musician the 4 band members all enjoyed.
"That was before I saw you in this dress."
Hand flat on the bare skin of her back, he let her wipe away the lipstick she'd kissed onto him, then sighed.
"All right, let's go, but I'm keeping you up all night, so don't complain."
"Since I plan to ravage you till dawn, that works for me." She could hardly bear to sleep when they were together, wanting to drink in every instant with him.
"Holy hell, Thea!"
Abe whistled when she stepped out. "Hello, Abe." Thea knew this was the first time Abe and the other band members were going out together after his binge, and while she sensed a faint hint of residual tension in the air, it appeared things were getting back on an even keel.
"Between you and Molly,"
Abe said,
"we'll need to hire an entire security team to beat off the leches."
a slow, provocative smile.
"Or you could just hang out with me. I'm bigger and meaner than David."
"I'd put my money on David," Thea said with a sideways look at her lover. "He took out an entire bar, remember?" David's hand moved on her skin at the arch reminder.
"They called me a pussy rock star,"
he protested.
"I had to defend my honor."
Molly's laughter filled the air as she and Fox stepped out of their suite. "You're still mad about that, aren't you?"
"Damn straight,"
David muttered. Thea smiled at her sister, a sister she hadn't known existed until a little over a year and a half earlier. Even though Thea had made her mom tell her the facts of her birth, she'd never felt the urge to track down the man who'd given her half her DNA. Why bother chasing after a bastard like that, she thought, when she had an amazing father who loved her? Simply knowing the truth had been enough. It had been a question on a medical insurance questionnaire that had sparked her curiosity as an adult. Considering the children she intended to have one day, she thought it might be a good idea to investigate the other side of her medical history. As a first step, she'd idly plugged Patrick Buchanan's name into a search engine. The hits had been immediate and shocking. Patrick Buchanan at the center of a stomach-churning scandal involving an underage girl before his and his wife's deaths. It had been a mess, And caught in that mess had been a 15-year-old girl named Molly. Dark eyes and a pale, drawn face, Molly's picture had been snapped by an unscrupulous tabloid 2 days after the scandal broke. She'd been dressed in her school uniform, her shoulders hunched in. Then there were the myriad photos from Patrick's political campaigns, photos that were posted over and over again as people rubbernecked the breaking news. No one seemed to care about the teenage girl in those photos. It had made Thea angrier and angrier with every report she read. Of course, Molly was no longer 15 by the time Thea did the search and tracked her down, but Thea couldn't stop seeing her that way, the protectiveness she felt toward the other woman as intense as it was for Marjorie and Ella. Especially now, with Molly attempting to navigate an unfamiliar world filled with the same intrusive media attention that had tortured her as a girl. Thea's pride in her sister's courage was absolute. Falling into step with Molly while the guys walked behind them, she said, "I love the dress." Molly had the kind of curves for which Thea would kill, dangerous and luscious and perfect for her height. Thea had several inches on her, courtesy of Patrick's genes. Molly, in contrast, had the rich curling black hair and flawless cream skin that had made Patrick so photogenic. No one would pick them as sisters at a glance, but they'd made the commitment to be sisters, the bond stronger with every day that passed. "Thanks." Molly's dark eyes were lit from within as she spoke. "Fox has convinced me that wearing body-hugging outfits is a good look on me." She bit down on her lower lip. "I still sometimes hesitate, but the way he looks at me—" Fanning her face, she sighed. Thea understood that sigh. It was the same way she felt when David turned those golden brown eyes on her. "You look va-va-voom," she reassured her sister, admiring the black dress with its nicked-in waist, skinny skirt, and wide shoulder straps that came down into a curve just deep enough to hint at spectacular cleavage, the fabric smooth and matte. "You know I wouldn't let you walk out looking less than hot. If I had boobs like yours—" Molly tucked her arm into Thea's. "And all I want are your amazing legs. It's like they go on forever." She made a face. "Why are we women never satisfied?" Laughing with her as they headed into the elevator, Thea turned to find David had been watching her ass. She grinned. Okay, that felt seriously good. To have Molly's fabulous ass next to hers and for him to focus on hers. Their eyes connected at that instant, and a hint of color brushed his cheekbones. She fought the urge to kiss him, finding that continued hint of shyness delectable, given that she knew how very not shy he was in bed. He took her hand, squeezed, but released it before the group stepped out of the elevator. While they weren't hiding their relationship from the people who mattered, neither one of them wanted the paparazzi to figure it out. Thea, more than anyone, knew how media pressure could affect a new relationship. She wanted her and David solid, rooted, before it was ever an issue. The fact she was the band's head of PR meant her presence wouldn't be questioned, as long as they made certain not to get snapped too many times together, apart from the others. Tonight, the six of them managed to avoid the Paps altogether, climbing into their limo in the hotel's underground parking garage and gliding out with several other limos belonging to what looked like a bridal party. And, because the venue to which they were heading was a small club, the musician not well known, there weren't any photographers camped out front when they arrived. Walking into the dimly lit room, they followed the hostess to their table. Tall, with masses of hair, the brunette was obviously geeking out at having schoolboy choir drop by, though she managed to maintain her professionalism. The waitress, on the other hand, giggled and tittered until Thea wanted to drive a fork through the woman's voice box, especially when the nitwit leaned down beside David, all but pushing her cleavage into his face. Thea gritted her teeth and handled it. She had to handle it. This wouldn't be the first or the last time a woman came on to David. Molly, seated across from her at the circular table, made a face. Thea rolled her eyes in return, well aware Molly had to deal with the same thing when it came to schoolboy choir's rough-edged and rawly sexy lead singer. Molly stealthily mimed a stabbing motion just above the edge of the table. Almost snorting with laughter, Thea drew a finger across her throat.
"Hey," David's breath against her ear. "Why are you and Molly talking in secret female speak?"
Stomach clenched from holding in her laughter, she raised an eyebrow at him. "Secret female speak?"
incomprehensible to males, though done in plain sight.
Wanting to haul him down to her mouth for unintentionally making it obvious he'd been paying attention to her and not the flirtatious waitress, she said, "It's nothing you need to worry about." Thea had never been jealous or clingy, wasn't about to develop the bad habit now. The lights dimmed a second later, and the concert started at almost the same time, the music intense and haunting. It was totally different from schoolboy choir's hard rock, but the musicality was as impressive. Sinking into it, David's arm warm and strong at her back and her hand on his thigh, she only rose toward the end of the first break. Molly stood with her and they headed to the restroom. They timed it right and ended up being the only ones in there. Touching up their lipstick in the mirror, they chatted about the music. "I'm so excited for you and David." Molly's smile was open, warm. "Seeing you together makes it obvious how right you are for each other." "I have to admit," Thea confessed, "I'm having more trouble than I expected handling all the female attention he draws." It wasn't just the waitress tonight. She'd previously seen how certain groupies aimed for the gentleman of rock, determined to get under his suits. Putting her hand on Thea's forearm, Molly held her gaze with a rich dark of her own. "He doesn't flirt, Thea. Not with any woman." Thea exhaled, not realizing until then how tense she'd become during the past minute. "Thanks." She closed her hand over her sister's. "I know he's a good man, but it's difficult to watch the way women throw themselves at him, especially when I know they're doing the same thing while I'm hundreds of miles away." A frown on Molly's face. "Have you said anything to him?" Thea shook her head. "I know the facts of life, of this world." "Hey." Reaching up, Molly smoothed a strand of Thea's hair off her face. "Remember what you told me about not keeping secrets if Fox and I are going to have a chance to make it? It was good advice." Thea swallowed, admitted the truth. "I told Eric personal, private things, and he used them to hurt me." She knew the two men were so unlike one another as to be totally different species, but that didn't stop her throat from closing up at times. Thea's heart had learned to be wary in instinctive self-defense, and it was taking time for her to unlearn that lesson. But she was trying, so hard. It stole her breath to even imagine this might not work, that David would one day no longer be hers. "No," she thought furiously. "He's mine, and I will not allow the scars caused by a weaker, disloyal man to mess that up. Not today or any other day." Chapter 11. The schoolboy choir party waited until after the majority of the audience had left the venue, then approached the singer. He and Noah slapped one another on the back as they embraced, the other man's looks as dark as Noah's were fair. Both were beautiful. Esteban would have made the perfect pop heartthrob, except that his music was too profound, asked too many emotional questions. That didn't mean he couldn't be a star, Thea thought. All he needed was the right break. In the meantime, he appeared to be happy playing to intimate audiences in small spaces he filled with the passion of his music and his song.
I know that look,"
David murmured in her ear, his hand once more on the bare skin of her back as they stood near the stage where the others spoke to Esteban. His touch was proprietary in a way that made her stomach flip.
"What are you plotting?"
Thea leaned in to whisper, "I think I have a contact who'd be very interested in Esteban and who would do his music justice." David took a long moment to reply.
"You know the one thing no one ever says about you?"
"What?" she asked, bemused by the change in subject. Intense tenderness in his eyes, he shifted his hand from her back to weave his fingers with her own.
"How kind you are."
Off balance, the remnants of the shield over her heart cracked and broken, she shook her head. "I'm a hard-ass, David, you know that." She couldn't bear the hurt if he didn't see her, if he wanted to remake her into another, softer woman. David didn't budge.
"I know you're tough as nails, Thea. I find it arousing as hell when you rip some pansy-ass tabloid reporter to shreds all icy and polite."
No chill in her blood now, her entire body a smile. "You are a strange and wonderful man." And she was so freaking lucky that he'd waited for her to get her head on straight, been stubborn enough to fight for her.
"I'm not finished."
Running his thumb over her knuckles, he said,
Along with knowing you're a Valkyrie for your clients, I also know you tracked Molly down when you didn't have to, just because you thought she might need family.
She's my sister.
Stop interrupting. A mock stern look. Another thing I know is that you take calls from Marjorie and Ella no matter what time of day it is or whether you're in a high-powered meeting at the time. I've lost count of the musicians you've connected with the right people, not because they could pay you, but because you believed in their music.
He continued to hold her gaze with the unwavering intensity of his own.
I've seen you buying food for the homeless man on the boulevard near your office multiple times. I figure you'd get him into an apartment if he wasn't so adamant about staying out under the stars. We won't even discuss your current intern, who is a sweetheart and who no one else would hire because she doesn't look Hollywood enough.
Stunned, undone, she fought back the tears. "Don't tell anyone," she rasped, catching her trembling lower lip between her teeth. "I have a reputation to maintain." A gorgeous, tender smile.
Your secret's safe with me.
With that, he tugged her back to their table, now overflowing with fresh snacks and drinks. Those drinks were all non-alcoholic, as they had been throughout the night, the entire band having made the decision to help Abe in his sobriety on his first night out since his binge. It turned out Esteban was friends with the couple who owned the club, and had convinced Noah and the others to stay on and celebrate the successful concert with him. Esteban didn't have a band, so it ended up being a small group. Schoolboy choir, Thea, Molly, Esteban, the owners of the club, and the brunette hostess, as well as a small, competent Hispanic woman who'd been in charge of the electronics. Abe hit on her straight away, got a frosty-eyed response. Thea bit back a grin at the look on the keyboardist's face. "Abe's not used to hearing no, is he?" she said to David, his scent making her want to nuzzle into him.
Are you kidding me?
David took a drink of his ice-cold lemonade.
Every time I turn around, Abe and Noah have new women hanging off their arms.
"Do you miss it?" she whispered under the cover of the lively conversation. "Being able to go home with any groupie you want?" David closed his fingers over her nape, his eyes locked with hers.
I tried it when Schoolboy Choir first went big,
he said, the eye contact searing.
I couldn't get over how many women suddenly wanted me.
A self-deprecating half-smile.
I'm hardly a babe magnet.
"You are hot with a capital H," Thea said, her body more than ready to pounce on his again. "Especially," she added with a teasing smile, "when you blush." He scowled.
Cut that out, I don't blush.
Stroking her hand over his thigh and delighting in the private intimacy, she said, "Of course not." He leaned in so close that his lips brushed her ear.
As I was saying, I tried it because, hell, I was young and it felt good to have women panting for me. I quickly realized it wasn't me.
Shrugging, he added,
I'm not saying I've been a saint because I sure as fuck haven't been, but random sex doesn't do it for me. I like knowing the woman I'm with.
A nip of her ear that made her jump, and thank God management had turned the lights back down after the audience left.
Then I saw you. Baby, when we're alone, ask me how long I'd been a monk even before the day I asked you out. No one else would do. Only you.
Heart pounding in her mouth and breasts swelling against her dress since she hadn't worn a bra, Thea's hand clenched on his thigh. David reached down to cover it as he turned to say something to Fox on his left. His touch anchored her even as it sent her body into overdrive. The logical, practical part of her said she shouldn't believe him. He couldn't have been celibate for long before that day in her office. A man like David, with his sex drive? No way could he abstain. Except he'd never lied to her yet. Why start now?
Thea, right?
She blinked, found Esteban had grabbed the seat next to her after Abe vacated it to go chat to the hostess. "Yes," she said, nudging her brain cells into some sort of working order. "That was a fantastic show. I can see why David and the others love your work."
Thanks. I'm a big Schoolboy Choir fan, so their support means a lot.
His smile was quiet and as soulful as his music.
I wanted to ask your opinion on something.
Figuring he was about to ask for contracts and not begrudging him the help, she said, "Sure." As it was, he had a different kind of question. He'd been handling his publicity himself, since he didn't yet make enough money to hire someone, but things were getting to a point where he couldn't do that and focus on his music.
"I got this rec from another guy,"
he said, reaching into his pocket to pull out a bent card that he straightened out before giving it to Thea.
"It's a PR company that takes on smaller clients. I can just afford them with the ongoing gig at this club plus my bartending job. I wondered if you could tell me whether they're kosher."
Thea immediately recognized the name. "They're fine," she said, "but pedestrian. This partnership will answer mail for you, handle the phones, upload your videos online, and coordinate interviews if those interviews fall into their laps, but they're not going to be reaching out to make new opportunities for you." Esteban shrugged.
"I'm not really into publicity anyway, so I'm good with that."
Musicians. Thea turned in her seat. "You might not be into it, but you need it to grow your brand so you can do what you love full-time. When you're big enough, then you can ignore it. Like schoolboy choir so often does against their publicists' express wishes." Esteban's smile deepened at her dry tone.
"I don't think I'm ever going to be that big."
"I wouldn't bet on that." Making a quick but rational decision, she said, "I'll take you on for a fee you can afford, to be renegotiated as your circumstances change. You'll be working with one of my younger associates, but I'll keep an eye on things." Esteban stared at her.
"Thea, I'm not in your league."
"You will be. I'm getting in on the ground floor." Opening her evening clutch, she pulled out a card. "Here, call this number tomorrow and ask to talk to Jeff. I'll tell him to expect the call." Looking uncomfortable, Esteban blew out a breath.
"I didn't come here to—"
"I know." Thea hoped he'd retain that personal integrity as his fame grew. "Now, I suggest you have fun tonight, because your life will soon involve more work than you can handle." David had been listening to Thea talk to Esteban with half an ear while he chatted with Fox and one of the owners of the club. And she thought she wasn't kind. A lot of people in her position, they'd have sent Esteban to the pedestrian company, then scooped him up once he started earning some real money. Whether Thea admitted it or not, she was taking a risk by signing the other musician. David was pulling for him, but there was no guarantee he'd hit it big. Not every musician did, no matter how talented. Luck and timing played a huge part in success. Schoolboy choir had been knocking on doors and playing small, sometimes minuscule gigs for a year before they were spotted by a record company exec with the pull to back a hard rock band at a time when hard rock wasn't the in genre. Another day, an exec with less juice, and the band might have never gotten radio play, much less ended up with a triple platinum debut album. However, beyond that point, it became a matter of resilience, talent, and determination. A single hit song or album was one thing, a long-term career quite another. David knew Esteban had the grit and the talent to last in this business, but first he had to break through. Thea's hand moved on his thigh at that moment, though she was still talking to Esteban. It was the slow petting stroke of a woman who wasn't focusing totally on what she was doing, but was aware of who she touched. David shifted in his seat as his cock hardened. If he had to get up any time soon, he wasn't going to be able to walk. Much as he hated to stop her, he closed his hand over hers. She shot him a startled look over her shoulder, and then her cheeks tinged pink under the rich gold of her skin. "Sorry," she mouthed.
"I'm not."
He'd waited what felt like a lifetime to have Thea pet him that way. Later that night she did it again, but this time they were both naked and she had his cock in her mouth.
Christ.
Sprawled on his back in bed with her kneeling between his thighs, her lips painted with a luscious new coat of lipstick, and her beautiful body curved over him as the hot suction of her mouth drove him to insanity, she was his every erotic fantasy come to life. Grasping fistfuls of her hair in his hands, he couldn't help thrusting into her mouth.
"God, yes, suck me just like that."
She didn't shy at his aggressiveness, licking her tongue along the underside.
"Harder,"
he gasped.
"Fuck me with your mouth."
Taking him at his word, she tightened the soft, wet suction and began to move on him in a faster, deeper tempo, his cock glistening as it pushed in and out through the glossy red of her lips. His eyes rolled back in his head, spine arching. No, damn it to hell. He was going to come, and she'd barely gotten started.
"Thea,
he said in a hoarse warning. Continuing to caress his thighs with her hands, she sucked him as if he was her favorite treat and looked up to lock her gaze with his. He came. Hard enough that he saw stars, his muscles feeling as if they would tear from the rigid tension, his balls drawn up tight against his body. Shuddering, he surrendered to the sexual ecstasy, to her, and when he lifted his heavy lids after it had passed, it was to see her sitting up. She licked her lips. Fuck! Another shock ripped through him. Prowling up his body, her hair a tumbled mess and her lips swollen, most of her lipstick gone, she said, "You have a dirty mouth underneath that gentlemanly exterior, David Rivera." She kissed him, the eroticism blinding. "I like it, especially the dirty things you do to me with that mouth." He gathered up the energy to run one hand down her spine and to her butt. "You have no idea how many nights I've jerked off to the fantasy of sliding my cock between your lips." Nothing he'd imagined had come close to the blinding pleasure of the real thing. Rubbing herself against him, all satiny skin and hard nipples and, lower down, an erotic slickness, Thea kissed his jaw, his throat. "Every time you walked into my office after my breakup," she said, her eyes naked with an intense vulnerability, "I wanted to slip into your arms and have you hold me." "Thea." He would have given anything to do exactly that. Seeing her in pain was like being tortured with thumbscrews. Her lashes came down, and when they rose again, the vulnerability was tempered by mischief. "Later, after the emotional bruises began to fade, I used to fantasize about seducing you against the door, going down on you while I was dressed for work, heels included." David's fingers dug into her left buttock. "You cannot tell me things like that," he groaned. "I've promised you I'll behave in the office." A husky laugh. "It's your fault. All those buttoned-up shirts and the way you watched me with your gorgeous eyes." Licking over his nipple, she bit lightly at it. How am I supposed to resist the temptation? She began to lick and kiss her way down his rib cage. Sated though he was, it felt good, really good to have her caressing him. "I'm being selfish," he said, still not moving. Thea ran her nails up his thighs. "You go on being selfish," she said over his deep-throated groan. "I'm having fun." "I love your idea of fun." In truth, David loved everything about Thea, wanted to shout his devotion from the rooftops, but he wasn't certain Thea was ready to hear it yet, and he could be patient now that she was his. He would speak with his touch, his loyalty instead. Continuing to kiss her way down and across his body, she blew on the skin she'd wet. He tugged her up to ask for another kiss. The scent of her was intoxicating. His recently satisfied cock grew heavy and hard again. "Let's have a different kind of fun," he said, and slipped his hand between her thighs. What he discovered had him uttering a shaky, "Baby, you're drenched." No woman had ever wanted him so much. Hips rising and falling on his fingers, she said a breathy, "You taste good." After that, the only words they spoke were whispered and rough, their bodies hot with need and the air musky with sex. "I hate how women come on to you." David blinked awake from the half-doze he'd fallen into with her in his arms. "Thea?" "I feel stupid and jealous and I can't make it stop," she muttered, her head on his shoulder and one hand on his chest. He had no idea how to handle this. Thea was so confident and so strong that he'd never expected it to come up, but he knew it was important that they deal with it, because she trusted him with her exposed heart, and he knew exactly how difficult that must have been for her after what the fuckwit who'd been her fiancé had done to her. "I wanted to kick your ex's balls into his throat every time I saw him, and then I wanted to drive my fist into his preppy face." Eyes wide, Thea lifted her head, her throat marked by his kisses and the stubble on his jaw. "Since when?" Taking a deep breath, David admitted his secret. "Since the first goddamn time I saw him." "David, I was with Eric when I took over the band's PR." "I know." Her gaze sheened wet. Thea touched her fingers to his cheek. "Really? That long?" "Yeah." David,
It's okay.
Closing his fingers on the slender bones of her wrist, he pressed his lips to the delicate skin above her pulse.
I know you, Thea. I knew you were faithful to that bastard, that you didn't look at me the same way.
It had killed him at the time, but now he wanted her to feel the same unwavering loyalty for him. Maintaining the intimacy of the eye contact, she said, "Do you remember holding me in my office while I cried about 6 months before I ended my engagement?"
It broke me up to see you so sad.
He dropped by to pick up a schedule she could have as easily emailed him. Fact was, he'd wanted the chance to see her, have her smile at him. Then he'd looked into eyes that were always vibrant, and the bruised pain he'd seen there had him drawing her instinctively into his arms.
Thea, hey, what's wrong?
He'd asked, the need to fix it for her, to slay her dragons, a visceral need in his gut.
Baby, has someone hurt you?
Her initial resistance to his hold had crumbled with his question, and she'd sobbed quietly against his shoulder. Each tear had been a hot poker to his heart. He'd wanted so badly to do something, make it better, but all he could do that day was hold her tight. Afterward, she'd been too embarrassed to meet his gaze. Seeing how fragile she was feeling, he'd stifled his need to demand answers and left. Neither one of them had ever mentioned it again, and while their friendship had remained strong, a subtle new barrier had grown between them in the aftermath. That barrier hadn't fallen until she broke it off with her ex.
You finally going to tell me what happened?
David asked, hoping to hell he never made her cry that way. He'd fucking cut off his arm before causing her such pain. Chapter 12. Thea spoke past the thickness in her throat. "Eric and I had a fight that morning," she said, thinking back to one of the most painful times of her life. He didn't say anything terrible. The ugly words hadn't come till right at the end. But I knew that day that I'd made a mistake, that he wasn't the man I'd believed him to be. The horrible feeling in her gut had grown and grown with each minute that passed. When you came in, I was in the middle of trying to convince myself that it had simply been a bad fight, that we'd get through it. She laughed, and it was a sound that held no humor. "No one can say I'm not stubborn." David ran his fingers through her hair.
Not stubborn, just willing to fight for your relationship. I would have thrown a goddamn party if you'd left him, but I know it must have been tough to think it had all been a waste.
Laying her head against his shoulder, the feel of his fingers caressing her hair and nape deeply comforting, she said, "That was part of it, but it wasn't everything." She paused, took a shaky breath.
Hey.
He wrapped his arm more firmly around her, his other hand cupping her cheek.
We don't have to talk about this all tonight if it hurts.
"No," she shook her head. "I need to tell you." Inhaling a steadying breath, David sent a warm embrace. She said, "I'd met Molly well before that fight happened, discovered all the awful details of the damage my biological father had done." Molly didn't like to talk about the past, and Thea didn't blame her for it, but the media coverage from the time had been so unrelenting that Thea had been able to answer many of her own questions. "Patrick Buchanan broke vows like they were made of glass, left bloody shards all over the place. He'd destroyed his wife, scarred Molly so deeply that Thea's sister carried the shadows of those scars to this day. I couldn't bear to think I was like him in any way. I was not going to walk away just because things were hard."
Ah, baby.
David rubbed his chin over her hair.
I didn't know about your biological father.
Fox, Thea guessed, had kept Molly's confidence. It was nothing less than she'd expected. "My mother," she began, "was a maid in the Buchanan household." And then, for the first time in her life, she told someone the entire sordid story. Eric had known only the bare bones of it, that she'd discovered a half-sister, wanted to build a relationship with her. She didn't know why she hadn't told him everything. After all, they'd been happy at the time. Maybe because it had felt disloyal to her mother, given the fact Eric hadn't seemed to connect with Thea's family. Or perhaps her subconscious had seen the fractures in their relationship she couldn't. Not then. Because David hadn't even met her parents and siblings, and yet it didn't feel wrong to tell him. She'd seen how he treated his own mom, knew he'd treat hers with the same affection and respect, regardless of anything. and even if they went down in flames, their relationship unable to survive the pressure cooker of a rock star's life, David would never use her secrets against her.
I'm glad the piece of scum is dead,
David said after she completed the painful story, his voice low and taut.
Otherwise I'd be tempted to kill him myself.
She spread her hand over the strong, steady beat of his heart. I did find Molly, so it was worth it in the end. Thea and Molly had liked one another from the first, despite being two very different women. It was like a first date when we met for coffee after I flew to New Zealand. She smiled at the memory. I had to pretend I was in the country to set up a satellite office, just to take the pressure off.
Family's important, isn't it, Thea?
She nodded. It can screw us up, too. A raw confession. Having learned exactly how worthless Patrick Buchanan had been at keeping his promises, I couldn't just walk away from Eric when the cracks began to appear.
I get it.
Shifting so that he was braced over her, David stroked her hair off her face.
You don't still think that way, do you? You're nothing like Patrick Buchanan. You never break your word about anything. You stick.
Yeah, she said. I do. It had taken her time to get her head screwed on straight, and it had been her sister who'd helped her see the truth. Molly eventually guessed what was going on inside me, reminded me that where Patrick had thrown both of us away, I'd done the opposite. You came looking to nurture a relationship with me, to build something new, and Patrick only destroyed. Thea had needed to hear those fierce words, could believe them when they came from a woman who had grown up with Patrick's selfishness. He seriously messed me up, Thea, her sister had added. Don't you dare let him do the same to you. Every cell in Thea's body wanted and hoped for Molly and Fox to make it, for her sister to slam the lid on the ghost of Patrick Buchanan once and for all. The irony of it all, she told David on the heels of that passionate thought, is that the day I found Eric in bed with his floozy, I'd gone over there to break it off with him. Thea hadn't meant to confess the rest, but held so safe and protected in the cage of David's body it spilled out. He called me a ball-busting bitch who should have been born with a penis. The words had always hurt more than the fact Eric had clearly been cheating for weeks before she'd discovered his duplicity. Said he'd needed a real woman to fuck. A growl of sound from David's throat.
I swear to God, I'm gonna break his goddamn face if he shows it anywhere near my vicinity.
Kissing her on that harsh promise, he said,
Wimp has no idea about real women. He wants a pretty doll.
Another kiss, his cock growing hard against her.
Me? I like my woman so tough grown men whimper and hide when they see her coming their way.
David's vow made the scary emotions inside Thea grow even bigger, because where Eric would have made the words a sly insult, there was nothing but possessive pride in David's voice. Pushing up her thigh after quickly taking care of protection, he circled the head of his cock against her core.
I am so proud to have you as mine, Thea.
More kisses, her body melting for his.
I want to strut down the street telling other men to roll their tongues back up because you belong to me and I'm keeping you. And any dickhead who wants to try his luck had better be ready to get that head taken off.
He thrust his thickness inside her in a slow, inexorable push that had her nails digging into his shoulders.
I know that's Neanderthal behavior, but I don't give a shit.
Holding him close, Thea kissed him with the violent power of the emotions in her veins. She couldn't speak them yet, couldn't even think about them too hard without her chest hurting and perspiration breaking out along her spine, but she was getting there. No matter what, she whispered, you were always my friend. Her safe place. I never cried with anyone else, only you. A tremor ran through him, his head falling forward. Then he loved her, this rock star who'd been her anchor for so long that she didn't know what she'd do without him. Time passed both too quickly and with excruciating slowness. When Thea was with David, it raced by, their days together ending in a heartbeat. In contrast, the pace was glacial during their separations, each minute taking forever. Thea did what she'd always done to cope with emotionally intense situations. She worked. However, Now it wasn't so much drowning herself in it as using it to fill a void. Only a week to go until I can fly in and see him again, she told herself after David messaged her from Washington. Her phone rang before she could message back, the number that of the man who headed Schoolboy Choir's legal team. "What's up?" she asked, unworried. She was friendly with the entire team, and one or the other of them would often call her up to ask if she wanted to join their weekly Friday lunch.
"We have a problem."
She straightened in her chair at Bailey's tone, stopped checking email. "Talk to me."
An 18-year-old just walked into our Manhattan offices with her lawyer. She's 5 months pregnant, and she's claiming David is the father.
It was a punch to the diaphragm, her lungs screaming for air. "Any proof?" she asked on autopilot, somehow managing to sound normal, not at all as if her world had just been smashed to pieces with an iron bar.
According to my associate there, she's got a pretty but inexpensive amethyst ring on her ring finger,
Bailey told her.
I remember David picking it up from the jeweler's because I was with him that day. Girl says he promised to marry her.
It was Thea's worst nightmare come to life.
They're apparently from the same neighborhood.
Bailey's voice was cool, professional, but she could tell the girl's claim had caught him by surprise.
She says she met him while he was visiting his parents.
A harsh exhale.
If it wasn't David, I'd say it sounded like he sweet-talked her to get sex then walked out, but Jesus, it is David.
Thea couldn't go there, couldn't think of this as being about David, her David. She had to just think client, or she'd shatter. "Is the girl threatening to go public?" she said, falling back on what she knew, on what she could handle.
That's the implication if we don't settle and settle big.
Rustling sounds on Bailey's end that indicated he was moving around.
Look, I have to call David, and then I have to fly to New York to handle this. I wanted to alert you in case her lawyer's already leaked the news to the media. He's a bit of a hotshot.
"I'll take care of it." Thea might be numb from the inside out, her skin like ice, but she'd do her job.
Thanks, Thea. I'd appreciate a call if you catch even a hint of anything related. I need to know exactly how dirty they intend to play.
"Wait," Thea said through the metallic flatness of her emotions. "The girl, what's her name? I'll need it to track the story."
Naomi Hughes. I'll get Rebecca to email you the rest of the details.
Hanging up, Thea just sat there motionless and cold deep inside until the email from Rebecca popped into her inbox. She forced herself to click on it, scrolled down to a photo of a scared-looking and very, very pretty girl. Doe-eyed Naomi Hughes had long dark hair and a belly that wouldn't have showed if she hadn't pulled her pale pink shirt tight over it as she cradled her hands beneath the bump. Her features were fine, her luminous skin dusky brown, and her height a diminutive 5'2", according to Rebecca's notes. Taking it all in without thinking too hard about how the girl was nothing like her, Thea looked at the birth date Rebecca had listed. Oh, God. Naomi Hughes had only turned 18 last week, which meant that at the time of the sexual encounter she'd been 17, only a couple of years older than the girl Patrick had— Cutting off that thought before it could make her bleed, Thea scanned the rest of the information, then began doing broad-spectrum internet searches using the data. Depending on the game plan devised by Naomi's attorney, it could equal anything from a major exposé in a tabloid to the merest hint of trouble on social media, with no confirmed details. Thea found nothing on her first pass, but she kept digging. All she unearthed was the usual: fan sites dedicated to David, photos of him shared by women who gushed about how hot he was, and videos and blogs by drummers who dissected his style in an effort to emulate it. The Gentleman of Rock moniker, bestowed by a magazine article a number of years ago, was a recurring hit. There were also a couple of tell-alls Thea already knew about. Two women he'd gone out with at the start of his career smiled coy smiles from old articles and spoke about how hard-bodied the Schoolboy Choir drummer was under his conservative clothes. Both had shared intimate details of their night with a young rock star. David had become better at picking more discreet lovers as he grew older and more experienced in this world. There were no more recent reports on his love life, except for the fluff pieces made up by magazines looking to increase their circulation. Even of the latter, there weren't many. David had succeeded in making himself of little interest to most paparazzi on a daily basis. All of what she'd discovered, added to the fact she'd had not a single call asking her to confirm or deny Naomi Hughes's claim, told her the girl's lawyer was waiting to see which way the wind blew before making his next move. David was safe for now. She'd make sure the alerts she'd set. A sharp, insistent tone pierced the air, the screen of her phone flashing with David's name. Chapter 13. David felt sick to his stomach. Sitting on the edge of the hotel bed, he held the phone to his ear and listened to it ring.
"Come on, Thea,"
he said, his gut a twisted mess.
"Pick up, baby, pick up."
It rang once more, and then he heard Thea's cool, calm voice. "David."
"It's not mine."
He knew Thea's history would make it difficult for her to accept his word, but he wasn't about to just roll over and give up the best thing in his life.
"I picked up that ring for my kid brother Zeke. He was going to give it to Naomi."
A simple favor, because David had been in the city when the ring his brother had ordered had come in.
"Zeke had a crush on her, but I know he never laid a finger on her, and neither have I."
"You know her?" Thea's tone remained unreadable, distant. Fuck, but at least she was talking to him.
"Yeah."
Naomi had come to his parents' home for dinner any number of times.
"She's my brother's friend, and she's a fucking kid. I never looked at her as anything else."
Bailey had told him the legal age of consent in New York was 17, so they didn't have to worry about the authorities, but that didn't change how David viewed Naomi. She was younger than Zeke, for fuck's sake. It had taken him a minute to even remember who she was. To him, Naomi had simply been part of Zeke's group of friends from around the neighborhood.
"She turned my brother down when he asked her out, but there were no hard feelings."
As far as David remembered, Zeke had ended up giving her the ring anyway for a birthday present.
"I don't know why she's doing this."
"It hasn't hit the media."
"I don't care, Thea. Jesus, talk to me."
It felt like his entire world had fallen apart, the ground crumbling under his feet.
"Tell me you believe me, or if you can't do that, tell me you'll give me a chance to convince you."
The latter would hurt, would tear him to bloody pieces, but he could bear the pain because he knew how much Eric had wounded her. He was willing to take the hit, give her the reassurance she needed. "Let me do my job, David," Thea said. "I need to do that right now." It took a lot to make David truly angry, but at that instant something snapped. His shocked disbelief at Naomi's actions and his fear of losing Thea smoldered into anger so deep that he lost it.
"That's how much you trust me?"
he said, seeing red.
"Not even enough to give me a shot to explain? Fuck that, Thea. I can't spend my life trying to prove myself to you."
"David."
"You want to do your job? Go, do it. I can't take this shit."
He threw the phone at the wall so hard the screen splintered. Then he just sat there, trembling. All this time, everything they'd become to one another, and she chose to believe a random stranger's accusations over him. She'd made a judgment and found him guilty without so much as a single question about his guilt or innocence. That was what hurt the worst. Thea hadn't even given him a chance, as if she'd been waiting for him to screw up, waiting for him to prove that she'd been right about musicians all along. Maybe it was time he accepted that he could never convince Thea he was a man in whom she could put her faith. The thought tore out his heart. He loved her, would lay the world at her feet if she asked, and she couldn't give him this much. A cursory knock before Abe popped his head through the door David hadn't bothered to lock.
"Hey, man, I heard a noise. You okay?"
"No." He told the other man about Naomi's claim but didn't mention Thea. He couldn't say her name right now, couldn't even think about her if he was to function. She'd stomped on his heart as if it were a worthless token.
"Shit."
He shoved both hands through his hair.
"I have to call my folks."
This would devastate them. They'd opened their home to Naomi, and now the girl was about to smear their name, turning them into pariahs in the neighborhood they loved. Abe folded his arms, the new piercing in his eyebrow catching the light. David and Fox had gone with him when he'd had it done a couple of days back. He'd pretended to whimper at the sight of the piercing needle, while the two of them laughed and asked him if he needed his blankie. That day seemed a lifetime ago, David's life having shifted brutally on its axis in the past minutes. It felt as if he was looking down a narrow, dark tunnel with no end.
"This girl's looking to shake you down."
Abe's heavy scowl grew darker.
Don't buckle under the pressure. You know the suits are going to tell you to settle if it looks to drag on. Don't do it. I fucking won't. I told them to tell Naomi that until we have the results of a paternity test, she's getting exactly $0.
David didn't care if Naomi decided to badmouth him all over the media, not as long as the people who knew him believed the truth. Except it appeared he'd already lost one person he thought would stick. Thea had been loyal to her bastard of an ex to the end, but clearly she'd never given David that part of herself. He'd been a love-blind idiot, fooling himself that the sexy, talented, beautiful girl who held his heart wanted him for keeps. Teeth clenched, he went to pick up his phone. It refused to turn on. Broken. He dropped it on the bed when he'd much rather have thrown it at the wall again. Can I borrow yours? He didn't trust the hotel lines, not with something so sensitive.
Sure, yeah.
Abe passed it over.
You want me to tell the others? Yeah, thanks.
They had to know in case this blew up into a tabloid shitstorm. Getting up as the door closed behind Abe, David splashed cold water on his face, wiped it off with rough motions, then called his parents. 6 hours after his world had imploded, David went on stage and played out his rage and his anger on the drums. Fox, Abe, and Noah had banded around him in unspoken support, altering the set so he could bang out the hard rock pieces until his arms quivered and he could handle the ballads that required a gentler touch. Despite their adamant belief in him, he was in no mood to be with anyone. Leaving straight after the concert rather than sticking around to sign autographs or grab a drink, he went to his hotel room, intending to strip off and get into his workout gear so he could go for a run. He was sweaty from the concert, his muscles aching, but his body burned with rage-fueled energy. When someone knocked on the door just after he'd peeled off his sweat-soaked t-shirt and kicked off his boots, he wrenched it open, intending to tell whoever it was to fuck off, and found himself face to face with the last person he'd expected to see. Eyes glittering and body clad in a white sheath dress, her hair in the elegant twist that drove him crazy, and cherry-red stilettos on her feet, Thea shoved past him into the room. He slammed the door shut and locked it for good measure. If they were going to have this out, they'd have it out here and now. "What?" he snarled, more angry, more hurt than he'd ever been in his life.
"Come to get my side of it in case you need to put out a statement as part of your job?"
Throwing her purse on one of the armchairs in the living area of the suite, she strode over and shoved at his chest. It didn't move him even an inch. Thea might be tall, but she was also slender and nowhere near as strong as him. But the contact had a physical effect all right, the same effect she always had on him. As if she was meant to be his, as if she was his. Teeth grinding down as his jaw clenched, he fought the urge to touch her, waiting to hear what she had to say. "How long have you known me?" she demanded, answering her own question before he could say anything, not that he was certain he was rational enough to answer. "Long enough to know I work things out by focusing on what needs to be done right then. You've seen me do—" Grabbing her by the wrists, he hauled her against him.
"So, believing in me is something you need to work through?"
He could hardly breathe.
"I guess that answers my question about trust."
"No, it doesn't." Her eyes were molten with fury. "I'd found out only minutes before your call, spent that time making sure the media didn't have a hold of the allegations, that I didn't need to spin into damage control mode."
"Damage control."
He bit off the words.
"Nice to know you were so emotionally distraught."
"I couldn't let myself be Thea, who's in a relationship with you." It came out a yell. "I had to be Thea, your publicist." Cool, calm, rational, that was who she'd been at the instant he'd called, who she'd needed to be to protect him. "You couldn't give me a minute to think, to switch gears?"
"Fuck it, Thea, you shouldn't need to think."
"Yeah? How would you react if you got a call telling you I'd walked into a hotel room hand in hand with Eric?" He staggered, as if he'd been kicked.
"You'd do that to me over some bullshit claim?"
"No, I was making a point." Chest heaving, Thea tried to hold on to her fury, but the stunned hurt in David's eyes wounded her until it was difficult to remember the reason she'd said what she had. "But there for a second you believed I would, didn't you?"
"No!"
It was a growl of sound.
"I just didn't expect you to say something like that."
"I didn't expect to hear that a teenage girl was saying you'd made her pregnant." Her breath came fast and shallow, her blood hot. "I shut down when I'm shocked or hurt," she said. "That's what I do, David. You know that too." His fingers flexed on her wrists.
"Why were you hurt?"
he asked, his voice raw.
"Why didn't you just know it was bullshit?"
"I did, you idiot," she said, kicking at him. She was so damn frustrated. "I just needed that minute to breathe, to think." When she had, every cell in her body had rejected the idea that David would seduce a young girl, then abandon her. Neither possibility even remotely fit the man she'd come to know in the years since they'd met. He just wouldn't do anything so dishonorable. David maneuvered her so her back was pressed to the door, finally releasing her wrists to slap his hands palm down on either side of her.
"I don't want you to need that minute."
Harsh words, his jaw a brutal line.
"I don't want you to have to think even that much. I want you to trust me so deep and true it's in your blood."
"Do you see where I am now, David?" He frowned.
"What?"
"I'm in your hotel room, which happens to be in the wrong state from where I should be, getting ready to handle any media fallout. I cut myself off from the world for the hours it took to fly here." His eyebrows drew together.
"You put us above work."
Yes, she had, but that wasn't the point. Shoving her hands into his hair, she held on tight, her gaze locked to his. "I came to you," she whispered, her throat gritty and eyes hot. "Even though the rational, logical part of me said I should cut my losses, that you were only doing what musicians do, I came to you." She pulled his hair when he would have spoken, anger apparent in the flattening of his lips. "I came because I knew it was all a lie. I knew it so deep that none of the rational reasons mattered." Emotion a knot in her throat, she swallowed. "So you damn well give me my minute until I don't need it anymore, until the scars inside me are healed over completely." David's entire body trembled as the fury and force of Thea's words slammed through him.
"How long?"
It came out a rasp. "Stubborn.
I can't handle it, Thea,"
he admitted, stripping himself bare.
"Even that minute. I fucking love you too much."
His biceps clenched, his abdomen taut as he waited for her to take that minute that so wounded him, to think about what to say, how to respond. "I fucking love you too," she said on the heels of his words, and hauled his stunned face to hers for one hell of a kiss. "And could you please try to be a little more romantic next time?" The fist that had gripped his heart, squeezing until it bled, eased its pitiless hold at her bad-tempered demand.
"Say it again,"
he whispered on a convulsive shudder.
"I've been waiting forever."
"I love you." She punctuated each word with a kiss. "I'm also infuriated with you." More kisses. "If you ever hang up on me again, after yelling at me, I will—" He swallowed her words in an open-mouthed kiss that was pure sex, one hand thrust into her hair. The twist unraveled under his roughness, liquid silk over his hands. Thea loved him. She'd said it without hesitation, without even a split second's delay after his own declaration. The woman he adored loved him. She'd been kicked hard with the news of Naomi's claim. He could see that now the haze of wounded anger had passed, see that she'd needed to catch her breath, as he had when she'd spoken about going into a hotel room with her ex.
"Don't you ever say anything like that about your ex again,"
he said as he pulled up the skirt of her dress to expose her panties.
"Don't, Thea."
"I won't," she promised, her breath hot against him, their lips a hair's breadth apart. "I'm so sorry, baby, it just came out."
"Me too."
Pulling at her panties, he got them halfway down her thighs.
"I shouldn't have bitten your head off."
Making hotly feminine movements, she got the bit of lace and string she called panties the rest of the way down and stepped out of them. He hitched her up on his hips the next instant, having undone his jeans and shoved both the denim and his underwear down. Her long legs locked around him. Able to feel the damp heat of her against his cock, he went to thrust, froze, every muscle in his body at breaking point.
Fuck, condom.
He wanted to be skin to skin with her, wanted to mark her in the most primitive way, but he would not take what she didn't want to give. "Do I need to worry about anything?" she asked, kissing and nibbling at his throat, her hands possessive on his shoulders, his nape.
No.
Neither do you. Fingers digging into her butt as he understood that she'd not only accepted his word without that stupid minute she seemed to think she needed, she'd offered him an intimacy so intoxicating he'd shared it with no other woman, never wanted to.
I won't last.
They were the last coherent words he said before he shoved into her in a single hard thrust. Her scream was in his mouth, and then it was only the slap of their bodies, one against the other, the wet, slick sound of his cock moving in her, her body liquid for him, their breaths gasped in amidst hungry kisses. "David! David! David!" She clamped down on his cock on another scream, orgasming so hard that she took him with her. Chapter 14. They ended up naked in bed afterward, and he ended up in her again after an interval of a few short minutes, his need for her a huge thing inside him. She moaned and held him close with her amazing legs around his body and her hands on his sweat-slick arms, her internal tissues rippling around him. "I don't think I can move after that orgasm." A throaty moan.
"Just lie back and let me love you,"
he said, stroking in and out of her in a slow, deep rhythm that made her skin shimmer and her breath catch, the taut, biteable mounds of her breasts topped by pebbled nipples.
"You're wet with both of us, and it's so hot you have no idea."
"You feel amazing in me." Throat arching as she leaned up to lick at him with erotic little flicks of her tongue, she said, "Can you keep doing that forever?"
"Maybe if you weren't so fucking sexy."
He closed his hand over one pretty breast and bent to kiss her. It was a long, slow ride this time. He watched her go over again, his beautiful Thea, and then he pushed deep and pulsed wet inside her as she held him with feminine possessiveness, her lips kissing and caressing. She continued to pet him afterward, sinking into it after flipping them over so his weight wasn't crushing her. He luxuriated in the softness of her fingers on his chest, the feathery brush of her hair, the damp heat of her mouth when she kissed around the flat discs of his nipples, then the firm strength of her teeth as she took one small nub between her teeth and tugged. His hand clenched in her hair.
"I never realized how much I'd like that."
No other woman had ever spent this kind of time on him. He hadn't missed it then, but he'd miss it like hell if Thea ever stopped. Her chuckle husky, she pressed a kiss to his breastbone before giving his other nipple the same treatment. Shivering, the response one he couldn't control, he stroked his hand down her spine. She licked over the tiny bite before shifting lower and sucking on his skin. "I love the way you taste." It was a purr. Drawing a deep breath, she blew it out over the skin she'd just sucked. His well-sated cock twitched.
"That's—"
Words fading into a groan when she moved her mouth to suck on a spot on his hip that had him shuddering. He pulled at her hair.
"Better stop that if you don't want round 3.
She smiled against him, looked up, eyes sparkling. "That's not a very good threat." His heart ached.
"You're incredible, you know that?"
Everything he'd ever wanted, every dream he hadn't realized he had. Prowling up over his body, she nuzzled her nose against his. "I'm sorry I hurt you." Soft, husky words. "I didn't mean to." No shields in her expression, no barriers between them. "I trust you, David, in every way."
"I know."
He cupped the side of her face.
"I'm sorry you had to hear the news while you were alone and I wasn't there to hold you."
Love shining in her eyes, Thea kissed him slow and sweet before saying, "We have to talk." His gut tightened, shoulders going stiff, but he nodded.
"I honestly have no idea why Naomi would do this,"
he said.
"I never had much contact with her beyond seeing her at my folks' house when she visited my brother, and she seemed like a nice girl."
He'd been racking his brain to figure out why she'd put this on him, had come up blank.
"As far as I know, she's not even a schoolboy choir fan. Zeke never asked for an extra ticket for her like he does for his other friends."
Thea could see David's frustration, feel his anger, but she couldn't permit that to distract her, not when this could strike a devastating blow to his reputation. Many people would say it didn't matter. The public expected rock stars to break the rules, would continue to buy his music, but it mattered to David, and he mattered to her. David would be cleared by the paternity test, but by then the damage would have been done, with some people always believing the lies. He was strong, would deal with it, but his parents called that neighborhood home. The innuendo would destroy their peace and happiness, yet Thea knew in her gut that the Riveras would be the first to tell David to stand his ground. So would Thea. He deserved better than to be blackmailed into an implied acceptance of wrongdoing when he was in the right. "Do you know anything about Naomi beyond her friendship with your brother?" Folding one arm under his head, the other around her, David frowned.
"Only reason I registered her at all was because I knew Zeke had a thing for her. She came across as sweet, maybe a little introverted. Other than that..."
He paused, then said,
"She used to wear a small gold cross around her neck. My mom wears one too, that's why I remember it. I'm pretty sure she came to their place after Mass at least once while I was there, so I think she must be Catholic."
Thea began to get a glimpse of the fear and avarice that might be driving this deception. Catholic girl, possibly with a strict family. A fact she'd check. Gets pregnant by a boyfriend, and when she can't hide it anymore, she throws the blame on you.
Figuring no one would dispute her claim since I'm a degenerate, immoral musician.
Grim words.
"Thea, she wants people to believe I fucked a child."
"I'm pretty sure part of it is fear," Thea said, stroking back his hair. "But money's just as big a motive. She's asking for a massive whack as child support, and she came in with a hotshot lawyer."
"If she thinks I'll roll over and throw money at her to shut her up, she's in for a rude surprise."
Anger thrummed under his skin, but Thea could see it was a cold anger now, David's fury having iced over. "I think she's probably already received that message." Thea felt at once sorry for the girl and blindingly angry with her for so cavalierly playing with the life of a good man. There has to be someone else pushing her to do this. I can't see the girl you described coming up with this on her own.
"Boyfriend, likely,"
David said.
"If he couldn't keep it in his pants despite her religious beliefs, then he can't be a prince."
Nodding, Thea laid her head down on his shoulder, her palm over the strong, steady beat of his heart. "We'll get through this, David, together." The next 3 days weren't easy. Naomi Hughes hadn't yet gone to the media, but neither would she budge from her story. Thea made sure she was in the room during a legal meeting, and the impression she had was of desperation and greed both. The girl wasn't as much the innocent as David believed. That ring on her finger, the decision to use Zeke's gift against David, it spoke of cold calculation. And her manner was no longer meek and scared as it had been in the photo Thea had seen.
"He did this to me,"
Naomi said midway through the meeting, her hand fisted on the gleaming gloss of the wooden conference table, and her lips white at the corners.
"He needs to pay."
"Since you've made your stance clear,"
Bailey said, his green-gray eyes striking against the deep brown of his skin,
"there's no point in further discussion. We'll wait for the DNA results and go from there."
The lawyer met the eyes of his opponent.
"Mr. Rivera will, of course, provide for the child should it be his."
"I'm not giving permission for my baby's DNA to be taken."
The girl ignored her attorney's attempts to get her to quiet down.
"I won't violate my child that way."
David's lawyer didn't flinch, his face impassive.
"The prenatal paternity test I've suggested requires a simple blood test from you. There's no risk to the child."
"No, I won't do it."
"As your attorney should have explained to you before you made your claim,"
Bailey said in his implacable tone,
"your word is not enough, Ms. Hughes."
Stone-cold words.
"Especially since our private investigator tells us you've been in a sexual relationship with one Juan Ortez for..."
He looked down at his notes as, across from him, the girl went white.
"The past year."
Naomi turned to her attorney, who suddenly wasn't looking as hard-nosed as he'd been to date.
"Can they do that? Spy on me?"
She swung back to David's team, shaking off her attorney's restraining arm.
"I'll go to the television stations."
That was when Thea lost all remaining sympathy for the girl. The threat hadn't been desperate but smug, as if Naomi was pulling an ace out of the hole. Definitely a planned shakedown.
"That's your prerogative?"
Bailey said without missing a beat, having already discussed this scenario with Thea.
You should, however, be aware that should the DNA test come back negative for paternity, we will also release that information to the media.
The implication was clear. If she was lying, the girl would have to face some ruthless media attention.
Furthermore,
Bailey said, proving his worth as a shark in a suit,
should you go to the media and the child later proves not to be Mr. Rivera's, we will also be filing suit for damages.
He raised an eyebrow at the opposing attorney.
Perhaps you should explain what that means to your client.
The other man didn't blink, Naomi having hired a shark herself, one who was most likely working on a contingency fee basis, with the expectation of being paid from the proceeds of Naomi's claim against David. Rising, the tanned brunette male said, I'll contact you to arrange a mutually acceptable lab to handle the paternity test. Naomi was still arguing that she wouldn't agree to any such thing when she and her lawyer left, but her voice had gone from smug to shrieking to shaky.
She's dead in the water.
Bailey's smile held no mercy.
This was an attempt at extortion, pure and simple, and now she's finally realized it's not as easy as the tabloids make it appear.
Having seen the calculation in the girl's eyes, Thea wasn't so sure Naomi wouldn't push things further, so she kept her ear to the ground. It was difficult to be away from David, given the stress of the situation, but she had to be in New York where everything was going down. At least, Schoolboy Choir's Manhattan concert was in a few days' time, so she'd see him then. And her and David's line of communication was wide open. Thea had broken through her final self-protective walls in that hotel suite when David had told her he loved her. She'd never forget the passionate fury of that instant. She had no problem with laying her own heart out there. Her reward was seeing the brilliant light in his eyes, a light that didn't fade, no matter the continued shadow thrown by Naomi's claim. The first sign that things were going their way came 12 hours after the legal meeting, when the hotshot lawyer informed them he was no longer representing Naomi in her claim. 24 hours after that, the private investigator hired by Bailey reported that Naomi had been in a crying, screaming fight with her boyfriend at the boyfriend's apartment. The PI didn't catch all of it. Thea told David over the phone, but he said it was obvious they were fighting about the baby. She was screaming he'd promised her it'd be easy and that now people would think she was a slut. It took another 24 hours for Naomi to totally withdraw her claim. Receiving the news soon after the band got into Manhattan, Thea went immediately to David. It's over, she said, cupping his face in her hands the instant they were behind the closed door of his suite. Did you call your folks?
Yeah.
He wrapped her in his arms.
My mom told me Naomi's getting married this afternoon. Shotgun wedding. She must have told her parents the truth.
Thea shook her head. Regardless of everything, a part of me does still feel sorry for her. Naomi wasn't much older than her own sisters.
According to Zeke, the bastard who knocked her up is a piece of shit,
David said.
If I was her father, I'd have said she was better off without him.
Yes. Running her hands over his shoulders, she held his gaze with the wide-open vulnerability of her own. We're still standing, still in each other's arms. David's heart-stealing smile creased his cheeks.
Right where we're meant to be.
Yes. Tears rolled down her face, a dam bursting without warning.
Hey.
Scowling, David wiped them off with his thumbs.
Don't cry. I can't stand to see you cry. Or tell me who to kill.
She sniffed. Thank you for being stubborn, for fighting for me, for being so wonderful, and for putting up with my hang-ups. Kissing off her tears this time, he said,
I'm the one who came out on top. I have you.
Thea had no idea what she was going to do with him. He kept cutting her off at the knees. I'm going to love you for the rest of my life, she whispered, and it wasn't scary at all to admit that, not when he'd given her his heart to hold in return for her own. I am so glad you wrote me that memo. A slow, sinful David smile.
I'm not done yet.
After the tour.
Reasons why you should marry me. Introduction, in which I, David Rivera, set out the reasons why you, Thea Arsana, should make an honest man out of me. First and foremost, I am insanely, deeply, forever in love with you. Since you admit to feeling the same, roadblock number 1 ceases to exist. Second, your mother likes me. She kissed me on the cheek this morning and told me to hurry things along, start working on grandbabies for her. Your father, meanwhile, no longer gives me the stink eye, most of the time. I think he's resigned to my existence. You know my parents adore you, and both my brothers are in love with you. Your sweet little sisters, meanwhile, seem to find me giggle-worthy, and Molly thinks we're perfect for one another. Ergo, I looked that up in the dictionary, there are no viable family reasons why we can't get married. Third, all our close friends love that we're together. We don't want to break their hearts by not going all the way, do we? Finally, and most importantly, I want you to be mine in every way. I want every single man on the planet to know you belong to me, and every single woman to know I belong to you. Playing with you, arguing with you over silly everyday things, making love with you, growing grumpy and wrinkly together with you, while continuing to have mind-blowing sex at least 3 times a day. That's my idea of heaven. You're my girl, Thea. Be my wife.
Sitting by the stream at the bottom of her parents' garden, Thea finished reading the memo on her phone with a teary smile on her face. Only David could reduce her to a puddle. Unable to wait long enough to write back a memo in reply, she ran up the slope to find him. And there he was, waiting for her under the frangipani tree, that sexy, wonderful, slightly shy smile on his face. "You forgot the conclusion," she whispered, the frangipani blooms heavy and fragrant around them. He slid his hand around to her nape.
"That's for you to write."
"In conclusion," she said, her hand splayed on his chest, "I, Thea Alice Arsana, see the value of your arguments." More, she saw him, loyal and strong and loving and talented and plain wonderful. "You are the most incredible man I've ever met, and I can't think of anything I'd rather do than marry you. I'd be proud to call myself your wife, David Rivera." David's kiss held naked joy. So did hers. And then he was lifting her up and spinning her around. Thea laughed in delight with her own personal rock star under the frangipani blooms, the happiness like sunlight in her veins.